the consumer debt has increased to about 27 million in the first quarter. A huge impact to the city's liquidity status. High cost of water and sanitation also has an effect. Also, the cost of cutting measures affects essential services. On ICT, we are confronted with network and system that is constantly offline. Residents are still subjected to water disconnection over 5 days, even today, due to credit control, hence the high consumer debt. We therefore reiterate the human basic rights that are constantly violated and leave us with no option really to approach the Human Rights Commission, as we have been alerting the Council about this violation. Mr. Speaker, few questions which need thorough and considered responses. On recommendation number 2, which project will be suspended? And did the mayoral committee consider impact on what? What about those projects that are already in place? On recommendation 3 and recommendation 5, these recommendations must be deterred or deferred back to budget adjustment process, given that it is not within the delegated powers of the mayoral committee to reduce council budget, which is approved. And on recommendation 4, there are various service delivery departments that will be impacted by overtime reduction. What is the contingency plan to safeguard service delivery? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Sabat. Thank you very much, Councillor Mdluli.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters will want to come again, Chair. The Economic Freedom. No, Chair. Sorry, Speaker. We are 2 there that are supposed to speak. My chairperson will speak first, and then I'll speak after him.
Thank you very much. Just say covered, Council.
No, I'm not covered. I'm going to speak. I'm saying that but in terms of the chronologies of the names, can you call my chairperson to speak first? I'll sweep. Stop these things of John Wick. You must stop these things of John Wick.
Councillor Mdluli. Councillor Mdluli, speak on the item.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, let me speak, but then we have sent our names in the chronological manner that the chairperson
speak.
And then I will sweep. And then thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, the executive mayor. And good morning, the city manager. The Economic Freedom Fighters will want to note recommendation number 1. However, we want to put an amendment on recommendation number 2. That the mayoral committee, that we want to read it as we put an amendment on each speaker, that the mayoral committee approve the request that all projects that are either funded from or own revenue or bonds be suspended for 3 months, and that projects that are 80% and above must then be exempted to continue. We just want to put that amendment in recommendation number 2. And then in recommendation number 3, we can then we propose that it must be read as follows: that the mayoral committee approves the contracted services and services be reduced by at least 25% and build a state capacity for procurement of goods in the city. Must stop these things of 30,000 there. These things of buying standard liquid of 30,000. And then we want to sponsor recommendation number 6. Recommendation number 6 will then be saying that finance department must be engaged in maximum revenue collection exercise, beginning with the top 1,000 transgressors in the city that is in the city's debts book. the OCMOL have that report. I think you have that report of the top 1,000 people, companies that are owning the city in terms of revenue. And then number 7, we will also sponsor the recommendation number 7, that the Department of Finance apply for the national grants immediately, which immediately and which are the skills development grant, integrated city development grant, integrated national and electrification grant. Let's can Toma, please. And then water and services infrastructure grant, of which we expect back to the council on the progress report, or by no later by November 2022. And to these two amendments and these two of the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dunga.
Thanks, Speaker. Pretty much I would have spoken on however, as the EFF in Ekurhuleni, we have long warned failure of the state to build internal capacity, which will lead to the overusage of the limited financial resources that we have. We don't need these austerity budget measures to be put in place, which at most times equates to less expenditure by the government and therefore directly leads to unemployment and poverty amongst mostly the Black community in majority. We say this because the state has got to be at the center of addressing social economic conditions of our people, as the private sector would not do this, neither, and it lies within our constitutional mandate and obligation to do. We have to look at the establishment of a city-owned construction company, ultimately the abolishment of the tendering system, the building of state capacity that can in the immediate even procure its own daily goods and services, a state-owned pharmaceutical company that will provide medicine and much needed medical equipment to our clinics, a greater economic participation of the city that focuses on infrastructure development of Ekurhuleni. The fear of this administration and its predecessors to run after wide companies to collect a revenue of the city that is duly owned to it by the city, but the resort to power cuts of citizens when in arrears smacks of a government that represents white capital as opposed to those who put them into power. We call on the usage of grants as well, and that performance of HODs be directly linked to the usage of budget effectively. It is criminal not to use grants given to departments when we live in such terrible conditions in our communities. We must equally apply for all grants within the provincial and national treasury so as to boost our fiscus and to mitigate the financial losses we are confronted with. We are bound to fail if our budget is orientated on purely revenue collection in a city that has over 40% unemployment. The failure to also complete projects, particularly those that are near completion, has an effect financially and socially and impacts gravely on service delivery, and we cannot allow such. So as the EFF, Vitam Lule has already given the amendments to recommendation 2 and 3 and also added the 2 recommendations that the EFF was sponsoring as part of this report that is brought before us. Sabonga Baba.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Dunga. Councillor Dilan.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe in order for council to make an informed decision, we need more details. I need a few points of clarity on this. What is the impact of load shedding on the city of Ekurhuleni's income? Is it 20, 40, or 50%? And what will the city do to mitigate the losses? What impact will the 25% reduction have on contracted services, with service delivery? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Rensburg.
Thank you, Speaker. All projects protocol observed. Load shedding carries a huge cost for SMEs. There is the cost of business, service delivery disruptions up to 3 times daily, and many businesses and Ekurhuleni are at a high risk with their equipment, so maintenance costs also escalates. Substations provide electricity to areas in the municipalities such as residential, businesses, industrial areas, hospitals, clinics, municipal buildings, and facilities like water and sewage plants. According to the Institute for Risk Management South Africa Risk Report for 2022, load shedding causes economic loss of about 700 million per stage per day. It has also been estimated that load shedding has resulted in loss of more than 1 million jobs. Load shedding is creating political war within municipalities. There are many questions, but with questions just to have a basic service like electricity, especially the poor of the poor. The multi-party coalition approved the implementation of solar systems. We understand the residents' frustrations. Therefore, we as the FF Plus ask for a progress report to be tabled in the next council sitting. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. I forgot to call Councillor DB.
Yes, good morning, Speaker, fellow councillors and members of the public. Speaker, this item is courtesy of Eskom, and the only way for the city to sustain and steer itself through national government's incompetency is incompetency to fix Eskom is for drastic cost-cutting measures. Speaker, I have the following questions for the MMC. With the losses reported due to load shedding and potential future losses, is the city planning to institute a claim against Eskom for compensation? Are you planning to engage with government to assist with financial relief due to revenue losses because of load shedding? And how far are the negotiations with the unions with regard to the implementation of the shift system to make the city a 24-hour city and to eradicate overtime and the abuse thereof? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. MMC.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, fellow councillors. Let me start with the last speaker, Councillor DPR. In the case of us engaging with Eskom in terms of us claiming what we've lost at load shedding, we haven't done that, but we're in conversation with Eskom regarding the issues of the billing. We remember they bill us on the 15-day cycle, which also deals with our cash liquidity. And we're also engaging with them regarding collection of revenue in Eskom suppliers area. Then in terms of the union negotiation, I know the leader of executive business has met with LLF to discuss a way forward in getting a shift system, and that should be concluded very soon. And then I'll go back to some from Councillor Van Ransbeck. I know the comments and the issue of the progress report. Then Councillor Dilange, the impact on load shedding, it's also on the body of the report. In June, we lost about 2 billion rands. Then further in this quarter, we lost another 1.2 billion rands. So you can see that the impact on load shedding is being very detrimental to the city. Not only the city, the country as a whole. Load shedding has an impact on our economy. The impact of contracted services. Contracted services is when we outsource some of the services that we could be done in-house. So that's why we're saying departments must cap on their contracted services. If something can be done on-house, why not be done on-house, in-house? Councillor Mdluli, I note your comments and recommendation. Unfortunately, this comes from an executive, so there's no amendments on the recommendation as such. But I think that's highly noted to all your recommendation, and it's in good spirit. Councillor Dunga, I note also your comments, also in good spirit. Councillor Ndinisa, there's a question of which project will be considered. We're talking about revenue-funded project, which are also on the. If you go to the first quarter report, you'll see which are revenue-funded, which are not a lot of project, by the way, because revenue-funded projects are less than 300 million rands. It's not a lot of projects. Then in terms of the comments on the cutting of water to residents, that unfortunately I don't think it's true. We don't cut water to residents, but we limit, we reduce the number of trickled water to those residents, but we don't cut. Overall, let me go back to what Councillor Dunga has mentioned in terms of us collecting revenue to businesses. We as finance, and we plan to intensify collection of revenue to those businesses that can afford and are not paying us. That's why we have those service providers that were appointed to do revenue enhancement, and they have done good work so far, which in one of our finance meeting, I should be able to present what each and every, and eventually to council, what and every service provider has saved the city in terms of revenue enhancement. I think I've covered most of the questions, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bear in mind, Councillor Mdluli, time, it's eating on your side. Thank you very much.
No, this is a PI term. There's no time there.
Follow up.
I've forgotten to speak. Can you remind the speaker that there's no time in this PI term? Again, there's no time. We agree. Don't touch our time. Okay. MMC, we note your response and in good spirit, but we are giving you a superior logic on saying that the top 1,000 transgressors give the group CFO as a resolution that it must go after these people that are not paid for services in the city, so that the city can then be able to make money. And what is the problem of us saying that give us all the projects that are 80%? 200 to 90% semi-completion, nearly completion, they must then be funded and be completed, because we are going to suffer a double blow because of the structural damages, there's rains and so forth. If the construction will then be staying for that for a number of months or years, because this thing of yours as a mayoral executive committee does not even give a time frame. When are we going to recover in terms of finances? And then the last one, building an internal, the recommendation number 3. There's nothing wrong with saying that building internal capacity. You can't have a department, the whole hire people to buy sunlight, to buy sunlight liquid, to buy clothes, to buy stationery. These things that they are doing there. Outside there, I'm not sure what they are called, those things. That you can't, these things that they are milking the seat there. These people, they know it very bad. They call it 30, under 30, under 30s. Just close that thing and fire everyone that is working there, either way. What is wrong with that? Because if it is in good faith, the MMC, you shouldn't be considering this and saying that, but there's the money there. We have been giving people 30,000, 80,000, 30,000, unnecessary. So give the group CFO power to close that thing and then have internal capacity as the city. The triple Cs must be able to buy their own things. Cannot have people running around there with the copies there. They call these things stores. You know those things, Nina. Thanks.
Alaman Sabat.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the Council approved the IDP and the budget in May. And part of what was approved in the budget includes, amongst others, the budget for contracted services. Now, Speaker, we should be concerned, whilst we appreciate the rationale for the item, but Council must be concerned about a situation where executive appropriate authority unto itself on matters of budget. Now, the Act is quite clear, Speaker, that if there is any revision on the budget, whether you reduce downwards or you increase upwards, that process is a process of budget adjustment and will prove a point with one of the items that has been brought in. Now, it will be wrong for MMC to just say that these are the recommendations and they move as they are, when in fact it speaks about the reduction of a budget item which was approved by council. And that is why initially I would have said I'm covered, because I had thought that the MMC will really take note of the fact that they can't just appropriate themselves the authority to reduce budget items, which is approved by the council itself. And I think one councillor would have raised also that it's quite difficult to decide on this item when we don't have details. It's at 25% of contracted services, and which are those projects are going to be affected, because it takes us back to the council which approved an IDP. So we can't discuss this item in isolation with the processes that must be followed as and when there is a need to reduce or increase the budget. And that is why we're making a recommendation that any attempt must then be deferred to the budget adjustment. I may not be correct, but I don't think MMC that we are only limited to make budget adjustment only in January. If the situation propels us, you could have bought a detailed budget adjustment item so that we equally understand the projects that will be affected. So that what councillors seated here should be empowered to go back to their respective communities and say, council has taken a decision to withhold these particular projects and to reduce a budget that one way or the other might impact on these specific projects, because there are expectations in the communities. What do you want the councillors say after this council meeting when there's an expectation of development? So my appeal is that whilst we appreciate the rationale, let's follow the right processes. Don't appropriate yourself the authority to just willy-nilly reduce budget items, which in fact is a subject of council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. MMC.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me start with Alder Dlabati. I understand the rationale of adjustment budget. This item does not seek to go do an adjustment budget. We asking department to reduce on their expenditure. If it was an adjustment budget, we'll have brought an adjustment budget here. And we're not saying reduce or cancel in terms of the project. We say suspend until such time the city is at financial stabilized. Okay, exactly what I've said. In terms of the item, we're seeking that council or departments reduce on their expenditure, not on the budget. Then I'll go to Councillor Mdluli. Everything that you've said, Councillor Mdluli, it's correct, 100%. And I'm not shying away from the fact that you've raised it. The challenge here, Councillor Mdluli, is that this is an executive item. If it was an A item, definitely your recommendation would have found space in these recommendations. Therefore, we move in that order, Chair.
But what is that?
Thank you very much. Let me take hands.
No.
Chair, Councillor Dunga, and followed by Alderman Masit.
But we can't be told by the MMC of Finance that we move like that. If it was his finance item, why did he bring it here? Because it is for us to engage on it. We're engaging on it and we're giving him superior logic. He wants to be arrogant about it and say we move. Who's moving like that? As Katlor tell man.
MMC.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And
Order, Councillor.
Order, Speaker.
Order, Councillors. Order. Order, Councillors. Order, Councillors. Order. Councillor Dunga.
Is it better when I say he's disrespectful?
Councillor Dunga.
Order.
Councillor
Is
Dunga.
it better when I say he's disrespectful?
Councillor Dunga.
Mutu atella watella.
Councillor Dunga. Order.
Ungazostelela nawe.
Councillor Dunga. Councillor Dunga. Councillor Dunga. Colleagues, councillors, we always must remember that we're in council, and time and again, yes, we'll see things differently, but it's important to respect each other, call each other as councillors. So let us rephrase on those names. Let's call councillors. Thank you very much. Councillor Mokhopan.
No, we can be upset, Speaker.
But
the standing order.
Councillor
It's
Mokhopan.
not that the speaker is
Councillor Mokhopan.
It's not that the speaker is speaking.
It's a point of order.
Switch off your mic. Switch off your mic.
It's not your issue.
Mokhopan.
It's not your issue. Must write
Switch
your
off your
name.
mic.
Point of
It's
order.
not your issue.
Switch off your mic.
Chief Whip,
Yeah, switch
Put
off
up
your
a-
mic. Thank you very much. Apologies, Alderman.
no, there's no point of order.
Colleagues,
We are not the speakers. I go to Ribuel and Twatarunamo.
switch off your mic. Councillor Mdluli. Councillor Mdluli. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I want to address.
Order, councillors. Order. Order, councillors. Order. Order. Order, councillors.
Speaker,
Order, councillors.
you are allowing him to do that. You are allowing him. Oh,
Order, councillors.
to keep quiet. Tool. And it's to be no.
Order. Alderman Masin.
Thank you very much. I want to address two issues, Speaker. Firstly, that all contracted services are linked to IDP. So what the MMC is explaining is actually not true. I think the colleagues who have raised the issues are actually correct. Secondly, all issues that are before council, you can't say that from the executive, therefore they are final. It is council that makes final decisions. So
Alderman Masina.
we must not.
Alderman Masina. Yeah, thank you very much. I thought you raised your hands in the connection of point of order. But because, all of us, you need to put our name on the speaker's list to speak with items. So I noted you because I thought you want to raise a point of order.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor. Let me take the hands. I see. Yes, Councillor. Let me take the hands.
Thank you, Speaker. Finally being acknowledged. Speaker, I believe on this item, I agree that this is it's a very important decision for council to make. And therefore, I don't see, Action SA does not see any annexures attached to this item for us to see details on the decision that has to be made here. And therefore, Action SA is please asking that more details be given on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to follow up on the MMC Nkosi, on what he just said about the water disconnection and all that. I actually have evidence of everything that is happening and everything that I've just said. On my phone here, there's a case that was reported and the response was said disconnected, and the officials called, they said they were instructed to disconnect water. In my possession, I have all these people here with all the disconnection letters. There is not even a drop in the tap for almost 5 days to date. The disconnection is really happening, and that is the follow-up. And if we can be assisted that they can be reconnected, because definitely we cannot switch off or disconnect water. It's a basic need. Hence, the Human Rights Commission has to be approached because this is continuously going on. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been told that in terms of the annexures were circulated to all councillors. So we just want to take that motion to say there are no annexures. Yeah, thank you very much. MMC.
No, thanks, Chair. I can reaffirm that this is not an adjustment budget. It's a saving on expenditure. But then, Speaker, I have no issues because councillors want to put a recommendation in there. I can then refer it back to executive to then deliberate and make those amendments on those recommendations by Councillor Tunga and Councillor Mdluli and bring it back as an A item. On the issue of Councillor and Denise, I'm glad she has the information. If you can provide that to myself as well. Thank you.
Let me take hands. I'll take hands, Councillor Dunga, and followed by Councillor Alderman Tabati, and last Councillor Mdluli.
No, thanks, Speaker. Now, I don't know if I heard the MMC correctly. Is he saying that he's withdrawing the item? Because it should be that, and he should state just that. He cannot say to us that whatever we are saying to him, he will incorporate it and then go back to the executive and discuss it there and bring it back, because it is disrespecting this sitting on this particular item. If we are sitting here and we are resolving, it must then be implemented, because we are the highest authority here in the city as the sitting. Unless he's withdrawing the item, then he must then consider all the recommendations that are tabled before, and then you ask the houses to whether they agree or not, and then we move in that fashion. It's as simple as that. Not that he's going to take our recommendations as just mere opinions. They're not opinions. Ask that Lord tell.
Thank you very much, Alderman Tabati.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think MMC, if the recommendation, for instance, was quite clear that it's referring to department to embark on a cost containment, which must deliver a 25% saving, that will be appreciated. But also, council must not be misled by your statement that says it's a saving. No. What is a saving? A saving is when you budgeted 100 rand to build a street, and out of your procurement process, you have been able to build a street at 80 rand. 20 rand is a saving. Yeah, you have not realized that. You are saying there must be a reduction of 25%. So we will welcome a decision that says this item be withdrawn, so that you apply a proper thought process on what you want to bring to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mdluli.
No, thank you, Speaker. Not to jump the gun, we accept that the MMC is withdrawing this item. Also go and apply the mayoral comment, apply its mind on what they are talking about and clarify the issue, the resolve on number 5, resolution number 5. Because sometimes you are saying that the EMPD and disaster management are culprits in terms of overtime. And as we speak today, these are the most affected and most short-staffed people that forces that are not getting proper salaries. So I think you should then go and review that and then explain what is this 50% saying vis-a-vis the memo that the group CFO has written to the department, to EMPD and so forth, to have this whole these things of this cutting of measures. Thank you. We accept that, Speaker, that the MMC is withdrawing the item. We can move to another item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC.
Yeah. No, thanks. Like I'm saying, I'm with just taking. And for non-critical positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item has been withdrawn.
Speaker, moving to non-delegated matters. First item is ACOP 28 of 2022. It was distributed separately.
Thank you very much, Councillor Konje.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you, Speaker. Mine is just to sponsor a recommendation that the item should be referred to the following committees, which is Corporate, Shared and Services, Finance, Real Estate, and Community Safety. That is what I would like to recommend. Thanks. Proposed by myself and seconded by Councillor Sbia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Thabati. Councillor Shivenga.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Speaker of Council, leadership of political parties, the leadership of the mighty economic freedom fighters in the province, various regions, ground forces, fellow councillors, officials, and all our guests, I greet you in the name of economic freedom in our lifetime. The leftists in this House, Speaker, would understand what that means, even though the ANC, who are supposedly left, have previously rejected this progressive solution that seeks to achieve some sort of social equality in this country that is branded to be the world's most unequal society. Okay. This was an ANC led by a group of young people whose generational mission was economic freedom in our lifetime. This was a very strange anomaly that really broke our hearts and has compounded some of the reasons that have brought us to where we are today in terms of our political standing. Speaker, this report is the most dishonest, repulsively negative and deceptive study that I have personally come across as a qualified researcher. I am not sure if it even qualifies to be titled a study, or we should regard it as a piece of high school creative writing paper that seeks to divert us from what the purpose initially was. We have over 5,000 vulnerable workers, Speaker, who have dedicated their lives in the service of the city of Ekurhuleni as cleaners and security guards. These thousands of cleaners and security guards have no job security and face uncertainty every time a contract of private companies comes to an end in Ekurhuleni. They enjoy no benefits of secure employment, no pension, no medical aids, cannot take their children to school, cannot secure homes or other fundamental needs. The amount of their wages goes to, a large amount of their wages goes to a third party who pays them exploitative wages. Whilst you pay these companies an average of 30,000 per security guard a month, we know that an average security guard gets paid 4,500 rand. The EFF requested that this council consider a cost-effective model of outsourcing or of insourcing these workers and ensuring that their employment conditions are bettered. None of this is in the report except why we should not embark on the process. The council itself, in support of this resolution, requested that a feasibility study on the best financial model to insource cleaners be explored. Surprisingly, there is none of this in this report, except why we should not do it. Let's delve deep into this study. Number 6 of the executive summary says that the cost of insourcing all cleaners and security guards is costly and unsustainable. It says that the cost of insourcing will be better explored when we use other financial sources and on a phasal basis. The purpose of this study, Speaker, was not that. It was to find a financially sound model in order to insource these cleaners and security guards. On the background, it tells us about on the 27th of January, Council took this progressive decision. However, we are not sure what that number of the number of workers in the city is doing there. How many of these workers are actually permanent or how many are on contract? Where is the cost analysis on these employees? How much are their salaries? Really, why is some of this information here? On 7.1, Speaker, titled Insourcing Comparative Study. The less said about this is the better, Speaker. This is not a study, by the way. It's just a narrative that seeks to discourage the council from implementing what it seeks to achieve. If it was a study, we would know what the sample size was in the city of Joburg. We would know when it was implemented. We would know how many of these people were insourced. We would know how much they're getting paid. We would know how much these companies are getting paid. We would have at least a 3-year projection on the financials of this implementation. The less I say about this, Speaker, the better. Speaker, the author of the document must not think that we are here to play. We are elected here in order to carry the mandate given to us by our constituency. I mean, even Fighter Mdluli would know that an average price for a handgun is not 1,400 rand. The average price for a two-way radio in South Africa is not 15,000. The average price for a uniform is 1,055 as it is on table 10.3, and not the 10,000 that is written on this report. Speaker, we are told that the city has to raise 2 billion in order to successfully implement this project based on thumb-sucked numbers that were thumb-sucked in some office in Bedfordview. I won't say much more, Speaker. The leadership will continue. Nakenta.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dunga.
No, thanks, Speaker. Needless to say, the former Speaker of the EFF has covered us. We are rejecting this report in its entirety as it is, and we're asking that a proper report be tabled to this council in the next council sitting of November 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. MMC Musek.
No, we covered, Speaker.
Councillor Clover.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we are of the opinion that the current feasibility study is not the best based on the best financial model, and therefore we request that an external feasibility study be done. However, after a discussion with the MMC, we are looking forward to a few amendments that need to be made to this item. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. I can see that Councillor Stavenga served with me in MPAC. So I think she copied my speech I wanted to say. So I'm covered, thank you.
Councillor Joe Mujapi.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I think let's not second guess the resolutions of council. When we deliberated on the decision was that let's go and do a feasibility study and a proper due diligence. And I agree with all the speakers. This is not a feasibility study, it's a far cry from even that. By its own admission, the report on point 6, it states that, and I quote, the city embarked on a benchmarking exercise. And that benchmarking focused only in one municipality of Joburg. It's even bad as a benchmarking exercise, Speaker. So I do agree. Let this report go back and let's do a proper feasibility study that will look into the 3 operating models, which is insourcing, outsourcing, or hybrid, and look at the pros and cons from a financial point of view, operating model point of view, human resources, and legal point of view. This report, indeed, it was an attempt, it's a defense, Speaker, and I do agree with all the latter speakers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to yourself and all protocol observed. Speaker, noting the inputs from the various speakers on this item, I think we should just appreciate the fact that this council took a decision in January this year through the form of a motion which passed, and unilaterally so, that we conduct a feasibility study on the issue of insourcing of security and cleaning services. Now, that report, Speaker, looking to the content of the report is what is served in front of council now. Whether we question the information which has been provided is something which is debatable amongst ourselves. However, if one looks at the general discussion, it is that of that the content within the report is being questioned. And Speaker, it is therefore that before council then decides to say, let's refer this report back, that we rather embark on a different route, Speaker, for the sake of progress on the issue of insourcing and the enhancing thereof. So my suggestion, Speaker, would be that through ourselves as the author of this item, that we then amend the recommendations, Speaker. And I'm asking council's indulgence to listen to the recommendations and for us maybe to engage on them and then see how we move forward before we make a hasty decision. So, Speaker, what I would then suggest is on the recommendations is that the first recommendation remains, and the first recommendation reads that the feasibility study report on insourcing of cleaners and security guards be noted. This is the current report which is in front of us. The second recommendation, Speaker, would then read that an external feasibility study be conducted on the insourcing of security guards and cleaners by the end of November 2022. Then recommendation 3 then remains, Speaker, that the political project steering committee be established by the executive mayor to conclude on other matters not covered at this stage and monitor the implementation thereof. Recommendation 4, Speaker, will then read that no new contracts be entered into pertaining to services and security cleaning. Recommendation 5, Speaker, then is the recommendation that I want us to focus on to state that we are taking the issue of insourcing seriously. Is to state that upon the political steering committee's conclusion that the insourcing of security and cleaners functions be wholly implemented through an MTRAF cycle of 2022 to 2025. And then, Speaker, the amended recommendation which you received from Councillor Gotch is in front of you if you want to reread that. So those are the recommendations and the proposals which I'm making, Speaker, for the sake of progressiveness, so that we can enhance the issue of insourcing within the city of Ekurhuleni. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. And to add the recommendation that the item be referred to the following committee: Corporate and Services, Finance, Real Estate, and Community Safety. That's what they were requesting for. Council, those are the recommendations. Alderman Bech.
Thank you. I don't think we need so many recommendations. We know the report and we say that the external study be done and it be here by end of November. And then on that report, we can actually take the way forward. With all these other recommendations of 2022 to 2025, you don't know what the external report is going to say. So I think we need to note the report and to get the external people appointed to do a feasible study. And they must also benchmark in that study properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chivenga.
Thank you, Speaker. In adding to what Alderman Berg has said, is that we need to be very clear. If the MMC is serious about this thing, we also need to be very clear when we appoint the external person that we need to start the implementation of this project at least in the new financial year before you start renewing all these 3-year contracts of perpetual security guards and cleaners. So MMC, we are going to request that that person does this by end of November. At least we have the report, if it's possible. But we want a thorough report that is, Speaker, it's very unfortunate to be taken like maybe we don't read as a people. It's very unfortunate that we have such a quality of a report presented to us here. So MMC, we are going to request that you and your people do a thorough job, and we want to start this thing as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MMC.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, then what has been discussed and what has been proposed by Alderman Berg, I think that we can accept the recommendations, one for noting and the second one for feasibility study to be conducted, and for us to revert back to council by the end of November. Thank you, Speaker.
We have 2 recommendations as amended.
Agreed.
Item AF 53 of 2022 on page 20.
Councillor Shabalala.
Thank you. The ANC caucus notes the unaudited financial and performance results for the first quarter, with a heightened level of concern about the city's ability to generate and receive revenue, as well as the overall financial health of this municipality. It should be a matter of serious concern to members of this council that the operating income of the city remains at 7.8% less than what was budgeted for in the first quarter, with the city having failed to reach its own target by a staggering 1.148 billion, with practically no explanation being tabled before us by the executive. What the executive is trying to defocus us on is the fact that the dismal failure to meet targets which were set out by the executive itself is due to a continuous inability to receive electricity revenue. As noted in the report, the actual income from the sale of electricity is 1.124 billion rand less than the budgeted amount for the first quarter of the 2022-2023 financial year, resulting in a negative deviation of 16.3%. The crisis that the executive is failing to highlight, outside of the impact of load shedding, is the probable rise of illegal electrical connections in the city, which can be largely attributed to the tariff increases implemented by this very council. This was against the wisdom provided by the ANC caucus, which warned council about the unreasonable tariff increases which were effected as of the 1st of July 2022, which have in turn crippled our residents financially. Speaker, none of what we are seeing in the report today should surprise members of this council because foresight and guidance on the implication of unreasonably high tariff hikes were provided by both the ANC caucus as well as the Finance Oversight Committee, and yet they were dismissed. Having noted this dilemma, it will be interesting to see how the executive will seek to reimburse those residents who have been literally robbed by the DA coalition and have been buying electricity at a hyperinflated rate. Now, Speaker, much of this is an indication of a coalition in crisis. The limited ability to govern by this executive has left the residents of Ekurhuleni devastated. The city's cash on hand has been on 15 days since the DA coalition took hold of the city's purse 11 months ago. Looking at the financial performance of the city over that period, it is clear that this council must be proactive and stop this coalition of confusion from further plunging us into a financial crisis, as is the state within their collective. They are confused. In closing, Speaker, we are ready to fix the mess created by them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Dabat. Alderman Dabat, you are in the speakers list. You should go to cover it. As long as you champagne.
For now, I am covered.
Councillor Alta Dibie.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the DA note the difficulties and the reduction of the revenue by 1.4 billion due to load shedding and related expenditure. What is standing out is the low revenue collection in the Eskom directly supply areas, where residents buy vouchers directly from Eskom. We can't have residents who can afford to pay but not paying because the city can't implement credit control measures. The City of Cape Town has an agreement with Eskom that 60% of the value of vouchers go towards the city's debt, and the rest will be available for electricity. Speaker, so the DA welcomes the fact that the MMC already is in negotiation with Eskom on this matter, as alluded earlier. This will assist with cash flow in order for us to pay our creditors and small businesses on time and to increase our service delivery. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All protocol observed. The ACDP has noticed how hard load shedding has hit our city. Theft and vandalism increase in the darkness caused by Eskom. Women and children are put at risk, whether they're on foot or they're commuting. Businesses are struggling to make payroll, and vulnerable residents are being pushed into starvation. Our water and electrical infrastructure is also being put under strain because of the constant power outages. Eskom has created shedding of all kinds. There's credit control shedding, water shedding, and customer service shedding. Revenue shedding in Q1 amounted to 1.2 billion alone. And now we need to run 210 generators at a cost of millions of rands per week. As a result, we now have only 15 days cash on hand. Yet there is 1.5 billion in long outstanding invoices, I quote. The ACDP would, however, like to plead with the Department of Finance to prioritize payments to SMMEs. During COVID lockdowns, we lost many of our SMMEs, and we don't want to lose any more. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Berg.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah. If you look at this report, I think the mayor should do the honourable thing like what happened in London or Britain, is to resign. Don't wait for demotion. This, if you go to page 21, the operational budget for the first quarter into 30 December is 7.8% less, 1.1 billion rand less. However, you spend 1.7 billion rand less. Where is the 600 million rand? Why are you not paying the creditors? If you go to page 22, we warned you when you budget for an 83% collection rate in this metro that you cannot run a metro on 83%, yet you went ahead with the budget. You know, you mentioned here increased decline in economic climate as one of the reasons. You should add that the DA and the coalition partners' inability to run a metro the size of Ekurhuleni. Councillor Alta de Beer, when you were in the opposition, you were so vocal and so loud about the 15 days cash on hand. Yet I haven't heard anything about it from you. You know that the top 1,000 credit debtors in this metro owes us over R1 billion. Every month I get that report, there's no improvement. And yes, the mayor have not, in the last 11 months, attended one of my Orkmore meetings. She sent people to come and attend on her behalf, and nothing happens in the next month on feedback. I want to take you to page 26 on the overtime, which is shocking. The COO's offers 1.5 million rand overtime. They should not work overtime. And we will query that on Orkmore. But I want all the other oversight committees to take notice of it. You know, Alderman Andre du Plessis, your department have spent 20 million rand in overtime. There's not one improvement. Actually, I must congratulate you with the 4 dumping sites that was created in the last 3-4 months in Alberton, but they're all illegal because you cannot remove the refuse removal in Alberton. It seems to me you only concentrate on your own ward. Finance, 6.3 million rand over time. Then I want to take you to page 28. Energy have spent over 54% of their repairs and maintenance budget. Yet there's no improvement. Somewhere something is wrong. We allocate these monies incorrectly. I want to take you to page 30. The spending per department of entity, chief, the CEO office, budget 34 million rand. We know that I spend 9 million rand, but you have not paid those creditors. Those creditors called us to Davidton and the Duza. They're removing at the moment some of the
Parliament, the
equipment.
time is up. Thank you very much.
I'm expecting the resignation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Muchapilo.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the report, one of the reasons that were raised that are impacting negatively on collection performance, it says is general tariff increase with effect from 1 July. How genius. I mean, this is what we were warned against. And now to raise it as a reason, as though it's surprise, surprise. I mean, this doesn't make sense. You read this report, Speaker, it's a reflection of a dire state of the city from a financial point of view. It's a mess. The mess which I, in this council chamber, warned you against in March last year already, to say we are in trouble, we must do something, but we are in a much worse position now. And I just want to flag one thing, Speaker. When you read this report, you would realize that there's grant funding and expenditure on grant funding. Grant funding is regulated by DORA, Division of Revenue Act. And those funds are ring-fenced for the purpose for which the grant was created. But go look at the amount of money that comes in from the grant funding vis-a-vis the expenditure, which is very low, sitting on average of about 10%. And tell me what's the balance of that money, because it's not in the bank. You are busy using grant funding for things that you shouldn't be using it for, and that is criminal. If I were to borrow from my friend, it's very criminal. And you, MMC, I would like to know and get a response on this. Where is all this grant funding when all the projects that are meant to be funded from that money are being stopped and some of them are not being paid for services that are rendering? Please stop using grant funding for what it's not meant for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MMC?
No, thanks. Let me start with Councillor Mjapilo. Grant funding does not come immediately. It comes in trenches. And your allegation, Councillor, I would like to see that coming as well, because we're not using any grant funding for what is not intended for. Grant funding is not allocated at the beginning of the financial year. It comes with in tranches. The first grant funding that we'll be getting, it will be in November. But then let me respond to other questions, and it's a fact that the load shedding, as alluded by other councillors, load shedding has an impact on the economy as a whole. As a city, we are not immune to that, and it is here in the report. It's not an excuse. In June, we've lost 2 billion rand. We've further lost another 1.2 billion rand because of load shedding. Another thing that load shedding has in the city is infrastructure. It's because when it goes on and off, it has an impact on our infrastructure as well, ICT and energy. So load shedding has an impact. Then responding to the issues of us billing resident more. No, the tariffs are clear, and a councillor, as a councillor, that NERSA determines what we charge our resident on energy. And we have not charged our resident a cent more. I can guarantee you that. In the issue of cash on hand, we equally concerned, and as we're saying about the mess, in 2017, when I was a councillor here, the city had a cash reserve of 7.3 billion rand. Tell me what happened to that, but you go figure. The Councillor De Pierre, I think you also mentioned the issues of load shedding. Yes, the issue of load shedding has an impact to the city. Councillor Hicks, we also concerned about the SMMEs, and definitely I can assure you with my department that SMMEs will be prioritized for their cash flow as well, because if our SMMEs struggles, then the economy struggles as well. Speaker, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands. We have 4 recommendations on page 47.
Great.
Item AF54 of 2022 on page 138.
Councillor Mikwe.
Thank you, Speaker. The financial performance of this entity is a cause for concern. It's truly apparent that it's in a critical state. It's imperative that the board should prioritize a turnaround strategy and ensure that it resuscitates from an operational and also a strategic point of view. Speaker, on the revenue front, there's an under-collection of about 6% and an alarming rate of about 66% over expenditure. Furthermore, an under-collection of 35%, and it truly depicts the cause for intervention in the entity and a rigorous turnaround strategy. As the entity remains crucial in bettering the lives of the Black majority and addressing human settlements backlog in the city that the city continuously faces. Speaker, we urge the executive to assist the board of the entity on the aforementioned areas we have mentioned as the caucus of the ANC. We call for a rigorous and robust turnaround strategy to take this entity to greater heights. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Alderman Sabat.
Covered for now, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Geshbash.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, speakers. Sorry. First of all, I need some clarity from the MMC for Finance that the rental debt is linked to other debts in terms of disconnection of electricity. Secondly, do we have any indication at this point in time as to how many tenants have actually applied for debt relief? And have they been successful with those applications? And are we following through all the necessary legal processes for overdue accounts? Because that is critical. And those who query the percentage collection rate that was budgeted, you need to take into account that the city, if it gets an under collection on its rentals, means that other people are subsidizing those costs in this entity. And therefore, it needs to recover as much as possible. The city is there to assist with social housing, but not to act as a charity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC.
No, thanks, Speaker. On Councillor Mihwe, we note all the concerns. It's our concern as well. I know MMC Mabekenyan Tamahani, it's looking at the issue of the board, because currently we're not sure whether the board is performing optimally. So we know those concerns, Councillor Mihwe, and should be addressed. Councillor Geshbach, in the issue of the debt rehabilitation is not meant for EHC, but for our own rental stock. So EHC does not apply. Debt rehabilitation does not apply in EHC. And in the issue of whether the other debt is linked to the issue of electricity and water, definitely it's also linked to that as well, Councillor Geshbach. I think I've responded to all the questions from Councillor Geshbach and note the concern from Councillor Miho. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I have 4 recommendations on page 150.
Item AF55 of 2022 on page 151.
Councillor Nicola da Silva.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker. It is with some dismay that I've worked through this item. The report is littered with excuses as to why ERVAT is not performing. My reading is that we have a serious management problem, which the administration needs to address urgently. Proper service delivery requires adequate staffing to do the work. No organisation can function without 1/5 of its workforce. ERVAT must urgently see to it that it is properly staffed by individuals appointed on merit and free of political influence. Likewise, it is completely unacceptable that this city's infrastructure and equipment is not being maintained due to the bureaucratic bungling of its officials. How can a generator be standing idle, awaiting repairs? It matters that things work. I urge the management of ERVAT to urgently attend to these problems and implement an emergency plan to get all outstanding maintenance 100% up to date. I put it to the ERVAT management that the underspending on maintenance has a direct effect on the entity's failure to meet the effluent compliance requirements. The same bungling applies to ERVAT's inability to invoice for the granted funding in time. With regard to the purchase of flocculates, I wish to reiterate that management at ERVAT must take responsibility for adequate planning. Colleagues, forgive me for nitpicking, but how can the installation of an HVAC, a fancy word for an air conditioning system, be used as an excuse for not providing your creditors with invoices? This culture is not acceptable to the multi-party coalition administration, and it must stop now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC.
No, thanks, Speaker. I know the MMC of Energy has been working very hard, and by the way, congratulations on him appointing a full-time MD, and the work is already been showing. For the first time in this entity, you can see that capex spending has improved. And all the reason of under collection is mentioned there, and also there you can see energy in terms of the supply from Eskom in load shedding has been a problem, but the entity has improved in their performance. Speaker, I know the concern, but the entity has improved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have 4 recommendations on page 168, 169.
Item AF 56 of 2022 on page 170.
One recommendation for noting on page 172.
Noted.
Item AF 57 of 2022 on page 180.
And one recommendation for noting on page 185.
Noted.
Item AF 58 of 2022 on page 186.
One recommendation for noting on page 190.
Noted.
Item AF 59 of 2022 on page 191.
Councillor Alderman, Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let's turn on page 194 on the summary of activities. That column talks to the awards of tenders in different categories. When you check on women, youth, and people with disability, you'll find out that as the city, we have not yet improved on awarding tenders to women. Now, as this city, I think we see it fit that women must only be given catering jobs. And the time for that is gone. Women are capable equally like males. Women can do construction jobs. And if you say that women don't have skills or capabilities of doing those jobs, why as the city can't we come up with programs specific for women, teach them on how to tender, make them to give them jobs that they will do, like the same thing like a Vugupile thing that was happening. Now, the second one is in regards to the youth. Our city is young, Speaker, and we have capable young people around the city of Ekurhuleni. And we have young people that are trained when it comes to procurement, and they can do better job. But our city doesn't see it fit to allow young people to be given jobs. Young people has 0% when it comes to procurement, and they don't have anything that have been given to them. Women, it's only 2.16% jobs that were given to them. And I want to raise this today, Speaker, that take women serious, take young people serious, take people with disability serious, give them opportunities, make them to prosper, make them to grow. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Alderman Tabati.
Covered for now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocols observed. It is pleasing to see that the current administration is getting things done. The amended and approved SEM policy was adopted by this council in June 2022. This clearly talks to the fact that there were unsavory matters in the previous administration when it comes to SCM. When one looks at page 194, that table is a testimony of what I have just said. Over 11 million in this administration has been awarded to companies owned by historically disadvantaged individuals. It gets even better. 96% of contracts have been awarded to COE-based companies. That gives me an aha feeling. And only 4% has been awarded to non-COE-based companies. That's excellent. This is like music to my ears because it shows that this administration cares about the residents of Ekurhuleni and they are recognizing the local talents and skills. Considering that Ekurhuleni is a key player and it contributes close to a quarter, which is 23.3%, and close to a tenth, 8.1%, to provincial and national growth value added output, GVA. Annexure G gives me, again, an aha moment because it's the list of quotation for people with disabilities for the reported period. This you'll find on page 242. Annexure F on page 240 MMC needs improvement. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC.
No, thank you, Speaker. I note the comments from Mbogoto Nene, and we welcome the support. Alderman Nkosi Dlamini, we also concerned, like yourself, in terms of women and children, and we embarking on workshops as SCM to improve those stats that you are showing there are not favorable, and I know those concerned. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Two recommendation on page 196.
Great.
Item AF 60 of 2022 on page 243.
Two recommendation on page 247.
Great.
Item AF 61 of 2022 on page 259.
Two recommendation on page 263.
Agreed.
Item AF 62 of 2022 on page 294.
One recommendation on page 296.
Noted.
Item ATP 04 of 2022 on page 302.
Two recommendation on page 305.
Great.
Item AWE 03 of 2022 on page 307.
Councillor Madlal.
Asbong Speaker. As an ANC caucus, we are really concerned with the casual approach, by the executive. On item AF 53 of 2022, the MMC responded by saying they have not charged the resident a cent more than what is approved by NERSA. And now we are sitting with this item that suggests that NERSA had advised the city in July to say these are the correct rates. And now it's in October, only now that this item is 7 years. So which tells you that the period between July and October, it's something that we should be concerned about. And secondly, if you look at this particular item, the way it is presented, I don't think that the executive is serious. They are presenting an item to council and they are saying the purpose of this item is to request the council to take note of the changing. But go to recommendations. Recommendations are clear. They want us to rescind the decision and approve a new decision based on the new information that was submitted to the COO in July. So this is where I'm just saying, I don't think that the executive is taking council seriously. Look at the impact of this particular decision that we have to change. It's they've calculated to be at around 168.8 million. That is to the city. The period between July and now, what is the impact to residents? Or maybe let's rephrase the question to the executive. This 168.8, is it calculated from the 1st of July this year to the end of June next year? Or is it calculated from the 1st of November, following month of after this meeting, to June? If it's calculated from the 1st of June, then the question that what councillors will have to go and explain, which the executive must assist us, what does that mean to ordinary residents? Will the city be giving them credit? Will the city be refunding them? or will the city sending just letters of apology? These are things that we should be concerned about. It's not necessarily the changes in the tariffs that we are concerned about. It's the casual manner that the executive is handling this item and the way it's impacting residents. And therefore, Speaker, I want to clarify the following. While the correction of the electricity revenue income tariff is welcome, the ANC caucus would like to state clearly that the period it took for the item to reach council is unacceptably long. And therefore, I don't think that they understand and appreciate, the gravity or the impact of this item on the residents. We are continuing to advise, and also appeal to council, especially the executive, that at all time, when we present items to council, given the economic situation outside, we should be considerate. And where we need to move with speed, let's move with speed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Hlabat.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think I'm largely covered by Comrade Madlala. Just to re-emphasize the point of clarity is that it would appear that the residents were subjected to a higher tariff increase of 9.6 as opposed to the 7.47%. And I think council needs clarity on whether this has impacted on the consumers that would have purchased the electricity unit at the tariffs that was not actually approved by NERSA. Lastly, Speaker, is that for you to acknowledge the presence of the ANC leadership, the provincial chair and the provincial secretary.
Thank you very much, Councillor Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Rottenberg.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocol observed. Speaker, we do note that the tariff increase is never good as it affects the pockets of every Ekurhuleni resident. However, we also do note that we do have to comply and thus we will support this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MMC.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you, EM, CM, and all protocol observed. I will respond to Councillor Matlala and Alderman Labati at the same time because I believe that the question that Alderman Labati asked was an extension of Councillor Madlala. Maybe just to give a bit of background so that there is clarity for council is that the item in itself that served on in May, which was supposed to be an approval, which was IDP and our budget, there was a submission from us to approve as council what was communicated at that time to officials, but not an official communication by NERSA. What was at that time 9.6 percent tariff increase, but that was obviously not a NERSA approved, so we had to, that was directed to the cities specifically, but to ESCOM. So then at the time when we had approved as council what was our submission of 9.61, we had to find ourselves now having to receive communication from NERSA stating that there has been an official approved, which was then much later than what was this council had approved, which was now the 7.41 that we find ourselves with right now, which is an official now NERSA tariff increase. Now, obviously, we would have to oblige by what NERSA would be asking of us because of our license conditions. But now the reason why we have to come back and rescind the item in itself, it is because of now NERSA has given us that information or that direction in terms of what is approved. Now the communication that was given of the 7.1 the finance, or should I say the system in itself, how it's designed from NERSA. If you can see there on page 308, it reads there, the NERSA approved rates were implemented on the 1st of July 2021 on all payment vending systems, and the post paid billing system is also programmed to apply the rates as per the system. So the residents of Ekurhuleni are not impacted, meaning that in the system in itself, we as the city applied the 7.41, not what was approved by a council, which is the reason why the item in itself is sitting where it's sitting, because of what has been communicated now, and based on our license, we have now to oblige in accordance to that. And then in terms of the 1.68 million, that obviously will be realized if you go on to the recommendations, and especially recommendation 6, where it speaks of where we would be able to realize that. But Alderman Labati, you did speak, I think, on an earlier item, which then speaks to item 8, recommendation 8, that obviously with that impact, we would then have to, as it says there, that the HOD would then have to take that obviously back in terms of the adjustment budgets to ensure that we allocate the funds accordingly. But the 6.26 million that you have there, that we are realizing on recommendation 6, in actual fact covers us that we will not have a huge knock in terms of what we need to adjust in terms of the 1.6. Yeah, but just to reiterate that residents were not charged more than what NERSA had actually approved. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
7.7, sorry, apologies.
Just one question, Speaker. Given the response that residents were charged correctly, is my understanding, therefore, correct that our under collection of revenue, or not under collection per se, but in terms of the revenue that is expected to the city, it's not necessarily only as a result of load shedding, but also it's as a result of us, using incorrect tariff to calculate budget?
MMC?
Yeah, Councillor Madlala, you are not incorrect, but not entirely. Remember, it's not one thing that actually affects, the revenue collection. But this, in actual fact, you are correct in saying that we are, as what we had calculated to be our target, then we are collecting below what we would have calculated and expected at that time. So you are not incorrect, but I would then also maybe say to you, it is not the only reason why there's under collection in the city. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Six recommendation on page 310 to 311. Thank you very much. Before we move to the legislature, allow me to recognize the provincial chair of the EFF is here in the house with us, and also allow me to recognize the chairperson, the provincial chair of the ANC, Ubabu Panyazali Sufi, and also allow me to recognize the Action SA, the chairperson of the province, Mr. Baloyi, and also allow me to recognize the chairperson of the DA, Ubabu Solom Simang is here. Thank you very much. We can move.
We are on item 9 of the agenda.
Speaker.
From the legislature. Item
Speaker,
number
I'm the provincial secretary.
0 of 2022, CSOC on page 358.
I'm the provincial secretary. I'm here.
Iqedelele Speaker ngonobhala wethu.
Councillor Rachidi. Councillor Rachidi, Deputy Chair of the region, you are speaking.
No, I'm acting chair. I'm acting chair.
Oh, okay. We are on item.
Okay, Speaker.
Yes, Chair.
No, thanks. I also wanted you to at least extend your acknowledgement to the provincial command team members of the EFF who are here at the gallery. Mela leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, let's recognize the ANC Provincial Secretary of the ANC, TK Ngiza. Yeah, we can move to the community safety. Community safety, your name is there. No, it's Councillor Rachidi. It's Councillor Rachidi.
Let the chairperson of the oversight.
Councillor Rachidi, I agree your name is here. Then the chairperson will come up.
No, Speaker, I think that item is withdrawn. So it's the chairperson who's supposed to tell you that.
Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. As a committee, would like to withdraw the item.
Next item, Speaker, ACSOC 04 of 2022 on page 358.
Councillor Guerrero. Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I would also like to withdraw the item. Thank you.
The item has been withdrawn. Thank you.
Item ACSOC 05 2022 on page 362.
So, Councillor Kasim.
As Action SA, we welcome this report and what it seeks to achieve. However, we would like to sponsor an amendment to recommendation 2. The audit should include all dams housing at all the fire stations throughout the city, sponsored by myself and seconded by Councillor Harris. Recommendation 2, that an audit of the registered occupants of all dams houses at all the fire stations versus the actual occupants of the houses be undertaken and a report be submitted to council no later than 30th June 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Habs.
Thank you, Chair. All protocols observed. Freedom Front Plus want to sponsor a recommendation as well on this item that the firehouses be regularly inspected for maintenance-related problems by real estate department, so timely as preventative maintenance can be executed at scheduled intervals, and that when a problem does arise, that it is reported to the real estate department and dealt with speedily by the real estate department to limit any additional damage and losses. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've withdrawn the item.
Thank you very much. The item has been withdrawn. Thank you.
Item AF 31 of 2022 CS on page 364.
Councillor Dilan.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA notes the Oversight Committee report and welcomes the report. Sorry. Action SA notes the Oversight report and welcomes the report, but certain aspects that needs urgent attention must be highlighted. The funded post of the reserve force needs to be looked at urgently. We applaud the fact that that the post will be filled and will not be advertised externally, but that the only reserve force will be allowed to compete against each other. This must be communicated to the reserve force so that they know that it's not a matter of certain members being favored, but that they are all equal. As far as Albertina Sisulu Fire Station is concerned, Action SA would like to request that the department, request that the department move resources in order to accommodate the personnel, and that the fire engines, that the fire station be filled with people to work there urgently. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We'll welcome the input, then we'll note the item. Thank you.
He's saying a thank you. He notes you welcome the input. That's what you are saying, Chair, right? No. Okay. It's AF 31 2022 CS, one recommendation for noting on page 367.
Noted.
Item AF 49 2022 CS on page 368.
One recommendation for noting on page 369.
Noted.
Item AAC 04 2022 CSSOC on page 371.
Councillor Rachid.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to recognize the presence of the chairperson of the province of the EFF. Speaker, we do not want to and wish to spend too much time on this item and its contents. We note the recommendations, but we remain deeply concerned at the lack of agency that this matter of overtime, over expenditure is treated, especially given liquidity difficulties in the city. The city is currently facing. So recommendation two, relating to the overtime management guideline that is yet to be developed only in April next year, is concerning because this issue has been a challenge for a long time. Speaker, given the liquidity constraints within the city, it would be wiser to amend recommendation 2 in relation to the date of 30 April 2023 to a closer date and be a continuous effort. We feel the same with regards to all the other progressive recommendations, because we fear that should this not be urgently implemented, there may not be a functioning metro by June 2023. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We note and we accept the recommendation. Thank you.
You note you accept the recommendation. Who's doing the recommendation? Who's the seconder? Can we see that recommendation so we can read? Thank you. Who's seconding the recommendation?
Jeremiah Maraba.
Singakhuluma speaker or Pastor Raisana.
Thank you.
And supported by Maraba.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Councillors, we are still in a meeting. Councillor Rashid sponsored the recommendation. In fact, he added on recommendation 2, that the human resource management and development must workshop the overtime management guideline together with the overtime policy to all COE, department, labor union, the workshop to be administrated internally. So that's what basically they are adding. So all in all, we have 5 recommendations as amended on 371. It's sponsored by Councillor Rachidi and seconded by Councillor Marab. We have 5 recommendations as amended on 371.
Agreed.
ACOP 17 of 2022, CSSOC on page 378.
1 recommendation on page 380.
Item ACOP 18 of 2022, CSSOC on page 381.
3 recommendation on page 382.
Item ACOP 19 of 2022, CSSOC on page 433.
3 recommendation on page 343. Sorry, 434.
Item ACOP 25 of 2020, CSSOC on page 500.
3 recommendation on page 501.
Item AF 31 2020, CSSOC on page 538.
And 1 recommendation for noting on page 542.
Item AF 31 2022, EDOC on page 544.
Councillor Rachid.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, again, we do not wish to be long on this item, except to emphasize a few issues that our ability to efficiently resolve will determine the future of this municipality. The political organization that I belong to, and in its superior logic, seeks the abolishment of tenders by intentionally building a municipal capacity. If internal capacity will intentionally build, even by the previous administration, the 5 million capital budget relating to communication and branding department in the construction of Mayor 2, then welcome to the city of Ekurhuleni. Grantees would have benefited our desperate communities. Be that as it may, Speaker, it is deeply concerning that the Corporate Legal Service Department continues to overspend as much as 48% on its budget, especially because we know that some costs relate to frivolous litigation against land occupation and defending the state's brutality against our poor and marginalized. Even more, it's how quickly this department committee comes to the aid of animals at the Nigel SPCA, which owes over 700,000 on water bill, while the same courtesy is not given to hundreds of families the department has litigated to be homeless, often without the city providing any alternative accommodation. Finally, we want to appeal that the internal audit department be adequately funded in the next budget review cycle? Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson of Economic Development.
Uchavile.
No. It's AF31 2022. It's Economic Development.
What?
It's corporate. No, here it's what is saying that? Yeah, it's Economic Development.
These are quarterly reports, and I can see that they are using the same because economic development has got nothing to do with internal audits, resourcing, and all those. So it is the earlier item, Speaker.
Speaker, we can't even hear what he's saying. What is he saying?
Check the item. Can you check the item for me, please? No, leave this one. Just open the agenda. It's there. Yeah.
Which item are you speaking on? Oh, no, but.
Ubani Chairperson.
EDOC.
Yeah, no.
Discussing auditing.
Yeah, just go through. Look.
No, it's fine. The chair is asking that the input seems to speak on the resourcing of internal audit, and it has nothing to do with economic development. That's what is raising.
Thank you very much. We have, it's one recommendation for noting on page 544.
Item AAC04 of 2022 ERWM on page 552.
One recommendation for noting on page 553.
Item AF31 2022 ERWM on page 554.
Three recommendation on page 556 to 557.
Item AF31 2022 on page 559.
One recommendation for noting on page 561.
Item AF31 2022 HS on page 563.
And one recommendation for noting on page 565.
Item AHS 04 2022 HS on page 566.
Councillor Met.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We'd like to note the report. However, we'd like to register our dissatisfaction and disappointment in a manner in which these two cases are being handled. Speaker, we can't be told that since February, we are still at a stage of struggling and to find like suitable land parcel while we have a land audit report in this particular city. The relocation of the 66 families currently occupying Moses Molelekwa Sports and Arts Center, together with those outstanding 55 families of Vusmusi, needs to be fast-tracked. So, Speaker, this is a reflection of officials who do not have the best interest of our people at heart at all. In the case of Moses Molelekwa, Speaker, the inhumane conditions and living faced by our people there is painful to watch. So there's no privacy, no decency whatsoever. So it also speaks of the inefficiency and the lack of will in servicing our own people. We honestly have no clue as to what this particular HOD of human settlement is doing or what value is he adding into this city. You know, the MMC of human settlement must go and tell this useless HOD that he's not the air that we breathe, Rina. And he must not annoy us. There are thousands of unemployed graduates in this city. So there's absolutely nothing special about him. He needs to service our people. We'll be monitoring this particular HOD very closely because there are always issues around this human settlement department. So we'd like on recommendation 2 to state that these 2 cases must be dealt with as a matter of agency and it must be reported to us by end of November. We want to replace because the deadline was January 2023. So we want this to be handled as a matter of agency and it be reported to us by end of November. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair, Human Settlement. Ngicela check ama-mic wenu wasisho off, please.
Siyabonga. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi lezi zinto esigeze ngazo namhlanje. Somblom, I think we'd like to let the House know that the concerns that the councillor is actually voicing in this House were actually voiced by the the councillors who are members of the committee during the meeting between us as the oversight committee as well as the department. We actually raised the concerns that this issue has dragged for very long. But I think if you read on the deliberations that we had with the department, you'll realize that the department reports to us that there were certain measures that were taken. Unfortunately, with some environmental studies and whatever challenges they couldn't assist. But we strongly requested that the department prioritize this issue, as the councillor has already said. Really, it's exposing the livelihood of people who were actually affected by those floods. And lucky enough, Somlomo, the new MMC of human settlement was actually part of the councillors that raised those concerns towards the previous MMC, and the staff is now the MMC, which means that he will take it upon himself that he makes sure that he fast tracks the process. Therefore, I think we will accept the recommendation from the councillor to say maybe by the end of November, let us have, instead of the date of January, have the report from the department as to how far they've gone with this. We will accept that amendment. Thank you, Somlo.
Thank you very much. And let's have that recommendation.
Recommendations.
The second recommendation, they're amending the recommendation. The report must come to council in the month of November. It must be fast track as a matter of urgency, proposed by Councillor Dineo Metsi and Councillor Mia Maraba. Okay, Maraba. Thank you. Two recommendation as amended on page 567.
Item AHS OC07 2022 on page 568.
One recommendation for noting on page 570.
Item AHS OC08 2022 on page 571.
One recommendation for noting on page 572.
Item ACOP 17 2022 ISOC on page 574.
One recommendation for noting on page 575.
Item AF 31 2022 ISOC on page 576.
And one recommendation for noting on page 578.
Item AIS 11 2022 ISOC on page 579.
And one recommendation for noting on page 582.
Item AIS 12 2022 ISOC on page 583.
One recommendation for noting on page 586.
Item ARE 28 2022 ISOC on page 587.
Five recommendation on page 589.
Item ARE 29 2022 ISOC on page 636.
Councillor Dunga. Or okay, I can start with Councillor Matloga.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sir Speaker, and all protocol observed. Speaker, the democratic dispensation in 1994 created expectations for most African people who were systematically denied sovereignty. Sovereignty, I mean power and authority for centuries in the land of their birth, could finally reap the benefit of freedom. Nothing could be further from the truth. A World Bank report on inequality in South Africa found, based on Gini coefficients of consumptions or income per capita, South Africa ranks the most unequal country in the world. This is not a badge of honor or designed by the hand of God. It is a shameful consequence of the centuries of systematic racism, violence, and land dispossession. The fact that Ekurhuleni has the highest number of informal settlement than anywhere else in the province is not by accident. Speaker, the EFF will never support the sale of municipal land to continue to perpetuate the subjugated position of African people based on misguided new economic gospel. The EFF supports the building. The EFF supports the building of shopping malls in the township, but we are completely against the sale of land to enrich private individuals at the expense of millions of residents who have been waiting for land to work on. The EFF rejects the sale of land and proposes a lease arrangement instead. In a nutshell, we are saying, as the EFF rejects the recommendation, reason being we cannot dispose land, but we should share the profits of the value of the property. Thank you.
Councillor Dunga.
No, thanks, Speaker. The Umbogoto has covered me very well. And we're tired of continuously having to sit in council and having to discuss every single month on the same thing of the permanent disposal of municipal owned land. We have taken a position that there must be no selling of state-owned land. Rather, when items are brought here, they must speak to a lease agreement. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, the Speaker. Speaker, yeah, this item served in the committee. So I don't know the way I'll note the comments from the EFF, but the committee actually supported this item in our oversight. So therefore, I can just note their comments and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 7 recommendations on page 638 to 639.
We're not in agreement. We're not in agreement. We're not in agreement.
We can't
We're
agree
not
to
in
the selling of
agreement.
land. We can't sell land.
We're not in agreement.
And we want to register a recommendation that it
let-
must at least be leased.
Why let's say it's a division ya lena? We're not in agreement.
Switch off your mic. Councillors, let Chair, Councillor Doom. We keep on reminding councillors that when you serve on committees, if you are not agreeing with the entire committee in terms of the recommendation,
You can't impose the decisions of a committee here in this
can you
city.
allow me to speak, Chair?
No,
I
you
think-
can't impose the
No,
decisions of a
but
committee.
you should allow me
sitting.
to. You should allow me to speak. Councillor, you should allow me to speak so that you'll understand, because you don't even know what I'm going to say.
Then why bring the item here?
It is
What
because
are we
of.
supposed to do here in this sitting?
Can you allow me to speak? Can you allow me to speak? Because what I'm trying to. No, you can't say the chairperson is wrong.
I'm not going to sell any land.
Can you allow me to speak?
There's no land you are going to
Can you
sell.
allow me to speak? What I'm trying
to sell municipal land.
Councillors,
Build a mall. A mall. Woman.
Chairperson, Chair of Oversight, did the councillor or did the committee write a minority report or do a dissenting view in terms of the item?
Thuleleni. Bathengisa umhlaba nithuleleni.
Madoba likaThambo. Madoba likaThambo.
Order, councillors. Order.
Nithuleleni. Ningayivumi leto ukuthi umhlaba. Chairman, nithuleleni bafuna ukuthengisa umhlaba.
Order,
Nithuleleni.
councillors. Order.
Nithuleleni.
We have long expressed we don't support disposal of land. We have long expressed it.
Order, councillors. Order.
There is no municipal land that must be sold here.
Order.
There is no municipal land.
Order, councillors. Order.
That must be sold here. If you want to leave the mall, then lease it from the city. Madoba likaThambo. Nibaleka kanjani abantu?
Never, hey.
Navuma, Chairman.
Order, councillors. Order.
Withdraw the item and refer it back to the committee.
Oh. Spalele. Spalele. Which one is this item?
Yeah. Speaker.
Councillor Mshatao.
Speaker.
Councillor Mshatao. Chair.
Speaker. 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 Speaker.
Councillor Mshatao, let's allow the chair to speak, then I'll allow you.
No,
Can
the
you-
chair will speak after me.
Don't know what he's going to say. Switch off the mic.
Why you behave like you are Holy Spirit? Do you know what I'm going to say?
I'm saying I'm allowing the chairperson of the committee fair to speak.
Okay, it's fine. He must not
Speaker.
lie, ne?
Chair.
Let's give him a
Can you
chance,
hear
he
me,
must not
Speaker?
lie.
Speaker, can you hear me? Speaker, Speaker. Thank you. Calm. Okay, Speaker, let's just withdraw the item and take it back to oversight.
Thank you very much. The item is withdrawn.
Yeah, Speaker.
Order, councillors, order.
Speaker, can I
Order,
speak now?
Councillor
Agree, you said I
Mutata.
will speak after the chairperson.
Order, councillors.
Can I speak now?
Alderman
Can I
Khaban.
speak now?
Switch on the mic.
Speaker, you said I will speak after
Councillor
chairperson.
Mutata.
Can I speak? You said I will speak after chairperson. Can I speak?
Councillor Mutata. Can we move?
Item ARE 31 2022 ISOC on page 688.
One recommendation for noting on page 570. Noted.
Item ASRAC 04 2022 Shrek OC on page 87.
Order, councillors, order. Order. One recommendation for noting on page 572. Infrastructure. We are not done. Where are you?
I'm calling like the first one.
Councillor, my father.
Chairperson. Speaker. Okay, Speaker, could you please give the chairperson of the committee an opportunity, because I believe this item is to be withdrawn. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to withdraw the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item ACOP 17 2022 Shrek OC on page 880.
And one recommendation for noting on page 881.
Item AF 31 2022 Shrek OC on page 882.
Two recommendation on page 883.
Item ASRAC 09 2022 Shrek and ISOC on page 884.
Two recommendation on page 885 to 886.
Item AAC 04 2022 WSE on page 888.
And two recommendation on page 891.
Item AF 31 2022 WSE on page 892.
And one recommendation for noting on page 895.
Item AF 33 2022 WSE on page 896.
One recommendation for noting on page 898.
Item AF 39 2022 WSE on page 899.
Councillor Dunga. Order, Councillor Mdluli, order.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We're covered. We're covered there. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Three recommendation on page 900 to 901.
Item AF 49 2022 WSE on page 902.
One recommendation for noting on page 903.
Item BCOP 04 2022 WSE on page 904.
And one recommendation for noting on page 905. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to in committee.
Sorry, Speaker, before you move,
My name was on the speaker's list for an item ARE 31 2022 ISOC.
On what?
And you never called me there.
Yeah, we're there. Sindlulile, ma. The item has been withdrawn.
Is it withdrawn?
Thank you very much, colleagues. What we're going to do now is that because we're going for in-committee item, so we're going to have the caucuses, but we're going to go to lunch, and with the lunch, we're going to take 40 minutes. And after taking 40 minutes on lunch, then after when we come back, you go to the various caucuses. So what time is it? We're going to come back at 2:10 to deal with in-committees item at 2:10. So you go out for lunch, you caucus out there, we come back and go in. The gallery must not come back. They'll come back after the in-committees. Thank you very much. Very much. We're going to start with the motion number. Yeah, we're going to start with the motion that proposed by Councillor Machete regarding vandalism. That will be the first motion. Then the second motion is going to be the vote of no confidence against the executive mayor. That will be the last. Let's start with the first one. Councillor Machete, just yes, Councillor Pesh.
Thank you, Chair. As the second of this, I would like to speak to it, to this motion. If that's possible, Chair. As I'm seconding it, Councillor Machete, there is a couple of amendments I just need to make under Rule 89.
Who's the proposer?
Proposer is Councillor Machete. I'm the seconder to this, Chair.
Okay, you can speak on.
Thank you, Chair. So under Rule 89, I think we've all seen the motion, so I'm not going to read through the whole thing. I just want to bring everyone's attention to the last paragraph just before believing that. There was a typo. It says City of Tshwane. It should be City of Ekurhuleni. That will be corrected.
And then I'm going to go straight to the resolves. So resolution 1, to ensure that all future housing and infrastructure development includes arrangements for securing housing and the infrastructure projects between completion of the project and delivery to the city. That the service providers will be held liable for neglecting the safety of the completed sites not yet handed over that results in damage to the city. Then resolution 2 is that we adopt standard operating procedures that ensure that the provincial structures provide beneficiaries that are ready to receive occupancy rights and that they're identified and notified ahead of the completion of the projects so that they may once again take immediate occupation upon completion of the project. And then resolution 3, within 60 days of this report being adopted, we provide feedback to council through a report on its plans to ensure that the completed infrastructure projects are secured against theft and vandalism. And we move this motion really to try and assist the city because we spend so much money on this infrastructure, and when they're not secured, we end up having to spend millions more replacing a lot of what we've put into it. So really this motion is just seeking for us to be able to, as a council, put a level of accountability onto our provincial structures, but also onto our city officials, that we don't run into issues as we've seen in the impact reports that is just served before us right now. Put it to the House. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlal.
Speaker, as ANC caucus, we are not opposed to this motion, but we are disturbed by the DA collusion which seek to govern through motions. This suggests confusions. When you read the motion in totality, it suggests that the junior partners' views within the collusion are not being listened to in the executive, where the issue of standard operating procedures could be developed without seeking first a council resolution. The issue of securing structures could be enforced as part of contract or project management, including the amendments that they are proposing. There is nothing that really needs council. It's just the normal work. It suggests that there's problem. And if junior partners were being listened to, they could have dealt with this very easily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alaman Tabat. Alaman Tabat, you are in a motion. Oh, you covered. Councillor Jennifer Clover.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We support the amended motion. It has good intentions and will be progressive towards preventing unnecessary vandalism and theft. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thomas Mufuke. Cope.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to oppose this motion because this motion can only cause financial burdens on the city than solving the problem. I believe that this is more of an administrative challenge that has to be referred back to the city officials to deal with it. And also the EMPD can be brought into this to try and alleviate this problem. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. MMC.
Right.
Yeah,
no,
MMC.
Thank you very much.
MMC, apologies.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't receive the names, but I've been told that we got names of there was a technicality, a small technicality about the two names of the EFF. So yes, who's those one, Chief?
It's Councillor Martin and Councillor Chibaba.
Councillor Martin.
Speaker, I'll allow Councillor Ntabiseng to proceed.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF rejects this motion And to agree with the ANC caucus in the sense that this is an operations function. This, we do not require a motion in order to tell service providers what they are supposed to do and what they are not supposed to do. So this motion is just basically trying to take whatever is there in the operations manual, whatever is there in the contracts between the city and the service providers, and try to bring it to council. So the EFF rejects this motion and emphasizes that contract management should be upheld in the city, and in cases where contractors are not protecting or securing the assets of the municipality, they should be charged accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MMC?
Yeah, no, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, let me start by saying this motion, it's a good motion. Why I'm saying this, those who are on that oversight, they will understand that we do have vandalism to all our projects, and more especially those who are in closer to Tembisa. We know what happened in Extension 25. And to all of most of our projects are being vandalized. So, Speaker, to respond to this motion, we are saying that the departments note the above motion and will ensure that there is an alignment between beneficiary administration and the construction processes to avoid the completed houses being vacant for a long time. You will know that, Speaker, we leave our units vacant for a long time because there was no alignment between the contractor and the beneficiary. As we understand that this department, the local is only have level 2 accreditation. So most of the work, like your allocation, your top structure, are done by province. So we've been denied the opportunity of having a full accreditation. There were a lot of MMCs that I served under that they were promising that they would be pushing the issue of us as a municipality to have level 3 accreditation. And I think MMC Ngobese next to me, he was the chairperson of the oversight, and also Alderman Kunjane, they can attest to what I'm saying. Again, what in terms of the standard, there was a resolution item BHS 01/2022 that resolved to approve the standard procedures developed by Department of Human Settlement and the implementation thereof. The standard operation procedure earlier outlined the processes to hand over completed houses and service residential sites, as well as the prevention of or combating the illegal occupant of land and houses built through the facilitation of the department. And what we are saying again, we are saying the EMPD is currently developing SLAs, which will be signed by both HOD for Human Settlement and Chief of Police to ensure that all issues relating to EMPD services are efficiently and efficiently executed to curb vandalism, theft of building materials. I think that one will also need the assistance of my colleagues next to me, the capable MMC Museki. The capable MMC Museki, I repeat, to assist us.
Order.
Yes. With regard with the 60 days of the report, the status on all projects, we are saying that the status of on all projects implemented by the Department of Human Settlement is that there is a security on site provided by service provider. Furthermore, the EMPD is also on board in terms of policing and patrolling all the human settlement projects. But let me just talk to this. there is a problem with the assistance that we are getting from provincial. If you remember that this is an assignment that were given by the provincial government. It's not our fully entirely competence as the local. So whenever they are doing, we cannot rely only to the service providers to bring the securities, their securities. Yes, it's only on the tender document that they have to come and provide the securities. But now I think at some point there we need to look as the council to approach the provincial government so that they can also, when they are doing their grants, they can also add the money so that we can beef up our securities. And I'm mindfully now we are going to December, and there are most of the projects that are at the completion stage. Like others, they are on 85, others they are on 95. Then now we will not have enough time to allocate the beneficiaries. So what we are saying now is that maybe in future we need to look at this executive mayor, Alderman Tania Campbell, that we need to engage so that we can look, we can talk with provincial department. When they give us the grants, they must also include the securities, because really the Department of Capable MMC Museki is that I think as much as we do, he cannot have his officers. He cannot have his officers to each and every project.
Order, councillors.
24 hours a day. So in that saying, Speaker, we're saying that the motion be carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no hands. The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Let's move to the second motion. The second motion, it was sent to us. It was okay by Councillor Madlala. But before I allow him to speak, let me clarify this so that it will be fair for all political parties. No time and again, when it comes to debate motions, you'll find that your time is up. You can't speak. You can only vote. So it's unfair. What we're going to do is that we're going to allow the also minority parties to speak on this motion. Each going to get 5 minutes to speak on the motion. So thank you very much. I will allow.
Speaker.
See?
Speaker, Action SA would like to ask for 40 minutes caucus.
MMC. Order, Councillor Mdluli. Order. MMC. Let me not say MMC. Let me say the caucus of the Action SA is been granted 10.
Speaker.
The caucus of Action SA.
Just before you make a ruling, Speaker, there is no motion before council now. Can I request that the motion be tabled? Then if there's any request, then you entertain it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's take that. Then I'll respond. Thanks. Councillor Madlala, can you table your motion? Then the caucus is to press whatever they want to press. Thank you.
Speaker, we are tabling.
Section 53. The Municipal Finance Management Act. But also, most importantly, we have also reminded ourselves in this council about the dictates of section 16.1.A and C of the Municipal Systems Act, that clarifies, a need for a meaningful community participation. Having noted these particular sections, we have clarified ourselves on the motion itself as it relates to the failures, both directly, of the executive mayor and the team in totality, but mostly of the executive mayor, starting from, appointing her team, the collapse in service delivery, and a number of things, without repeating them. But we want to request and ask council to resolve on the following. That in light of our observations on the lack of leadership and developmental governance by the current executive mayor, council must declare that the executive mayor is not fit for the function. 2, that council votes for the removal of the executive mayor with immediate effect, as guided by Section 58 of the Municipal Structures Act of 1998. 3, that the Speaker of Council calls for an extraordinary council meeting in terms of Rule 18 of the Standing Orders to elect a new executive mayor for the seat of Ekurhuleni Council within 7 days after this motion has been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe for record purposes, the motion was proposed by myself and seconded by Alderman Ramlambo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Action SA, you've been granted 10 minutes caucus. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Order, councillors, order.
No.
Uzwila with 40 minutes. 10.
We've requested for 40 minutes caucus, not 10.
Order, councillors, order.
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 We've got an organization to grow
Leader.
outside of here.
Action SA, leader. Yeah, 10 minutes caucus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker, usizana labantu.
But I like it. You're following the wrong people? I have a problem with that.
Thank you very much. We're going to give them until 20 past. We can continue after 20 past. Thank you.
Maud councillor. Maud councillor.
Thank you very much. The caucus leader of Action SA is here. Can we start? I'm saying the caucus leader of the Action SA is here. Remember, you're the one who requested for the caucus, so your team is the councillors are here. So I think we can start. So we all agree that in terms of time. I'm not going to limit much, but let us not abuse. We'll allow the political parties to speak, but already we had a speakers list. So some other political parties, I'll call names. Some other political parties, I'll just call a political party. So that's what's going to happen. But minority each gonna get 5 minutes. Then the big political parties, such ANC, they got 86 seats. They'll got more chunk of time, followed by the D8 65 also, and the EFF also. They got a quite good chunk of time, and Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker.
Let me allow we'll start with Alderman Pagaza, and we'll follow by Alderman Tabati. With that note, thanks.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And just to acknowledge the leadership of the ANC, the chairperson and the secretary, and all the leadership of other political parties. The Speaker, President O.R. Tambo, the longest serving president of the ANC, closed the Watershed Morogoro Conference in 1969 with these words, I quote, close ranks. This is an order to our people, our youth, the army, to each Umkondo Wesizwe militant, to all our many supporters the world over. This is the order to our leaders, to all of us. The order that comes from this conference is close ranks and intensify the struggle, close quote. These words, Speaker, cannot resonate any more a day than today, where the plight of our people goes unheeded by the government of the day in Ekurhuleni. Since the beginning of this administration, we constantly have been subjected to an executive mayor who continuously and intentionally refuses to listen to the plight and the needs of the residents of Ekurhuleni, whom she was entrusted by this council to be of service to them. The executive mayor has plunged this city into a crisis. An illustration in our motion that we've tabled, we've been subjected to the following: failure to provide leadership in constituting a mayoral committee in order to govern the city and deliver services to our residents. There also has been inconsistent and abrupt and uninformed decision to realign the portfolios. This was done without proper consultation and impact assessment to other governance structures in the municipality. The unprecedented and uncoordinated reshuffling in the mayoral committee, including the failure to appoint an MMC of infrastructure for over 3 months, the disregard of the needs of the people of Ekurhuleni as far as the completion of budgets. And we want to commend Councillor Gersbach for being an honorable member of this council and placing the needs of the people first. The misinformed imposition of unreasonable tariffs, leaving communities and households in a state of disarray. The debacle just now around NESA item leaves a lot to be desired. The community of Tembisa has been subjected to most inhumane conditions and has been ignored despite raising their concerns through formal channels as well as through protest. The promised interventions have not been followed up to ensure their implementation. There's no evident results following the killing of 2 civilians by EMPD officers and damages to property. There's basic failures and inconsistencies in the collection of waste just recently. in Kempton Park over 3 weeks, waste and then around, the city of Ekurhuleni, waste not being collected, power failures outside of ESCOM load shedding schedules, and the lack of basic repairs and maintenance of public facilities. This has predominantly impacted our townships. There is a concerted intent to form sub-councils and rejecting any forms of integrated governance, a clear depiction of propelling a federal state, which is in its fundamental form is underpinned by structural exclusions and, quite frankly, on racism and intentions to elevate a white supremacy. The executive mayor is hell-bent on further entrenching inequalities amongst our communities, eroding our gains, our democratic gains. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, President Owar Tambo once said, I quote again, in all our localities, wherever they may be, we must rise now and destroy apartheid organs of government that are used to hold us in bondage. We make this call to all Black people, to the Africans, Indians, colors, including progressive whites. During this, or I close quote, during this tenure, what we have experienced is a disjointed facade of a multi-party government, which has been deliberately hostile to the majority of our people, which are Blacks. This executive has neglected our townships, placed our communities in disarray due to lack of service delivery and the exclusionary nature of this executive. Our people have found themselves in a place of hopelessness and lack of optimism for their own future and the future of this country. We have a singular and paramount responsibility, which is to unite the people of the city and the country and the majority, which are Black. We owe it to Owar Tambo, a true Pan-Africanist and a visionary whose leadership gave foundation to our democracy. We owe it to work together from here onwards, find each other to advance total transformation, which is anchored through the radical socio-economic transformation. Therefore, as the ANC caucus, we want to urge members of this council to vote with their conscience and relieve our residents of an executive that is not alive to the needs of the majority of the people of the city of Ekurhuleni. Alderman Tania Campbell and her collective has failed us as council members, as well as people of this wonderful city of Ekurhuleni, and she must be voted out. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman Dlabat.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Flowing from what Alderman Kagaza has said, we have accepted the 2021 local government electoral outcomes. On the same note, we gave the Democratic Alliance coalition the benefit of the doubt to prove what is it that they can do better compared to what the ANC-led coalition did in the previous term. Speaker, from the maiden state of the city address presented by the outgoing Executive Mayor Tania, it was clear that the path is dark. The political leadership could not take us and the community at large into confidence about the strategic direction that the city is taking. Hence, Speaker and Council, today we find ourselves in a state of no uncertainty about where the city is heading. Fortunately, we did not pin our hopes high, for we anticipated that the situation is dire. Obviously, Speaker, we expected, in fact, the outgoing mayor to table a farewell speech, which was going to at least try to project an impression that all is well in the city of Ekurhuleni. And of course, to try and give some confidence that the motion should not pass before council. It is therefore important, Speaker, that we point to this council some of the following. Firstly, Executive Mayor, you took over the city that had a positive surplus and that was generally able to meet some of its key obligations, such as paying for rent, water, and ESCOM without major concerns. Today, the bill has escalated to 837 million and 1.5 billion respectively. Today, we are seeing escalating amounts that are due to rent, water, and ESCOM, as I've indicated, something we need to avert. Secondly, we did caution you, Executive Mayor, over the celebration of the ratings report on our credit worthiness against the real risk of financial liquidity. We understand, though, that the finance matters are a bit of a sophistication and probably complex for you. We are obviously observing the style of a government which is not underpinned by the will and the aspiration of our communities, a governance that tends to take decisions that are not sensitive to the material conditions. Fourthly, today, a large number of community members across Ekurhuleni cannot relate with the integrated development budget that was approved under your watch after turning a blind eye on the community inputs. To date, communities in Ekurhuleni are feeling the pinch of insensitive tariffs, and many are beginning to express a sense of a DA-led coalition that is not caring. Fifthly, today, Executive Mayor, the general sentiment is that the situation is dire, particularly if you look at the overall state of the service delivery in the city. One of the DA councillors actually summed it up, for instance, when she said that the issue of waste collection is a crisis and that they, as the DA, are actually helpless with no sense of turnaround strategy or some form of political leadership from yourselves. 6, one of our residents, namely Ishka Duplessis, commented in one of the platforms and said, I quote, "It is getting worse and worse. No potholes are getting fixed." And Kathleen further said, "It is terrible. The potholes are horrendous." A cherry on top, Executive Mayor, is when Shaquille Bezedenot cited a statement that says, "We are busy fixing potholes on our own." Furthermore, Boxback Advertiser reported that roads in a shady condition, Metro turns a blind eye under your watch. 7, in addition to the load shedding crisis, which all of us must fight against, the city on its own has degenerated on its part of minimizing further interruptions on the power supply. Surprisingly, and for your information, one of the ratepayers within the DA-led ward called our own former MMC Nketle, appealing for her assistance on an electricity query after many failed attempts to get hold of a DA councillor in your office in your capacity as the Executive Mayor. For your information, we are already trying to intervene after she confessed that the level of caring has actually significantly dropped under the DA-led coalition led by yourselves. 8, Yvonne Lipchi Dilang from Klipporti Agri made an honest expression when seeking help from us, and she said, and I quote, "We don't get any joy, Jean. Councillor Tania Campbell's office, referring to a park that is not maintained with long grass and hazards." Her message concludes by saying, "This is ongoing story. We cannot go on like this." 9, through our regular service delivery spot checks around the townships, we can confirm to you, outgoing Mayor, that without a doubt, the so-called back to basic activities are simply a cosmetic exercise, which, by the way, has not yielded any positive results. This task, you must admit, it is too huge for yourself, especially when you are not conscious and really connected with the masses. 10, we all know that the coalition is actually not coping. and that amongst itself, it does not have the adequate capacity to steer the city. Hence, we are calling for a fit-for-purpose executive. In fact, you are operating on an artificial coalition foundation, and it is indeed collapsing. We gave you a rope, and you nicely hang yourself. The situation is dire. As progressive political parties and pro-poor forces, we must unite and we must converge for the sake of the masses. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rasilimwan.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, please allow me to take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Mayor, the Speaker of Council, the Whip of Council, the Mayoral Committee of this Council, the Ward Councillors of this city, as well as the PR Councillors, and more especially to greet the resident of this beautiful city. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to also congratulate Councillor Mohao, who has been blessed with a bouncing baby girl that reminds us as leaders that these are the generation that we do what we do for. We are fighting very hard for them to ensure that they have a functional city to inherit from. Honorable Speaker, what we've witnessed in the city of Johannesburg over a month ago with the removal of Honorable Mayor Mpopalate is not a victory for any party, but a tragedy for residents who have to be subjected to a political game and petty politics. For parties to have sat proudly in that council, knowing that they've allowed the ANC mayoral candidate to be elected illegally so, after millions of residents have expressed their dissatisfaction in the 2021 elections, is nothing but a slap in the faces of those who have given us an opportunity to restore their hopes in a better future for this beautiful country. Honorable Speaker, they have been warned. And what makes me proud is that they are mostly warned by their own political leaders. And I would like to quote from leader Paul Mashatile that said unto them in 2019, an open quote, "At this rate that this political party organization is going at, parties would only have themselves to blame for such an outcome that is yet to come to this country." We did not reject them. They were rejected by their constituents and the voters of this country. I want to talk to this council to say, by voting for a motion of this kind, we are simply saying to residents that the ANC can govern and that what we as a minority parties cannot govern. In the beginning of this term, we have shown that the might of the minority parties with small numbers count largely by proving to the country that we can unseat the ANC united as small parties in the interest of this country. And yet today, the very same ANC is trying to bring a two-minded situation to try to divide the parties that are united to want to build the country from what they've left it from. Honorable Speaker, we've made history by electing a female mayor to lead the city to greater heights, showing that transformation is possible and that female mayors or leadership, they too does deserve a seat in the table. To you, Executive Mayor, I'd like to applaud you for you have done so greatly for this city. Your efforts in trying to improve the prospects of this city are seen by the most vulnerable residents of this city. And in this situation today, your only biggest sin is to be female. The ANC caucus will try and have residents convinced that we inherited a well-run city, and that within the past year, the coalition has failed to deliver. When the actual fact, they know, seated just opposite me, they know for sure that they have done this country very, very badly. To you, Executive Mayor, I say that to you today. They might try to want to bury you, but they do not understand the seed that is within you. One of the content of this motion, and I think we can all agree that it doesn't have any ground. In fact, this motion that is brought before us today, it is a frivolous motion. The ANC is plagued by avarice and the thirst for power and will stop at nothing to milk the city dry. Honorable Speaker, let me draw your attention to the work that has been done by the multi-party government in a period of just 10 months. I don't know if they do understand that 10 months is way different from 25 years of government. And I think, Honorable Mayor, this motion brought before us here today also gives us an opportunity as the multi-party government to sit and reflect on the beautiful work that we have done to this country. And of course, Alderman Gaza cannot relate because he's been off work for the longest time. We'd like to take this opportunity to also welcome you back to work. Just to take you through the work that has been taking place in this city, I would like to draw your attention to the Energy Department, where they've managed to get 46 independent power producers that have been contracted to assist.
Order.
Can I be
Continue,
protected,
Councillor.
Speaker?
You are protected.
Thank you.
Order.
The 46 independent power producers have been contracted to assist with electricity provision in this very city. Over 5 water reservoirs have been completed across the city, including Kwatema,
Order, councillors. Order.
the Impala Park Reservoir, and the Palm Brick Reservoir. The city has also allocated 782 million to reduce the water outages. The city has managed to also clear 65% of the potholes backlog that was left, of course, by you. Over 58 kilometers of roads have been sorted, and over 550 road signage have been installed. And more than 2,100 stormwater systems have been maintained. Of course, you will again claim that you are responsible for the recruitment of the police, Metro Police, that have managed to complete and graduate through their training. But we do not know that had you been in government then, they would have managed to graduate because we understand and know how you operate. We have also, Honorable Speaker, we have also officially launched the Local Drug Action Committee, which has reached more than 6,186 residents through the anti-drug and substances abuse programs.
Order, councillors. Order. Order.
Over
Let's allow the councillors to
illegal
speak.
dumping hotspots have been cleaned, and the bulk waste containers have also been deployed through the city to improve the waste management in informal settlement. The city has also the city has also partnered with the C40 Cities Network to embark on green projects aimed at the transitioning towards a carbon neutral city. Speaker, when the resident of Tembisa called, the multi-party government responded. The debt relief program was developed. The program, all the political parties in this council, when we were called in Tembisa, they all united and joined hands together to go and address situations in Tembisa. However, Honorable Speaker, the ANC was again not present. So ninga how?
Order, order, councillors. Order, order, order. Can you give me the? Can you open the? Give me standing order. Order, councillors.
The program will assist residents with historic debt, and it will also provide a 50% write-off in debt in excess of 1 year on a date of application and approval. inclusive of rates, services, and the interest and other costs. The city even went further to widen the criteria to allow more residents to qualify and include those living in council and rental stock. The motion speaks about sustainability when it is the very same ANC who proposed a reckless 75% debt write-off to the residents, which I can assure you they will never be able to achieve given the financial state of the city. Using free basic service as a political point is also very reckless. Given that, in fact, we passed this resolution during the previous term per National Treasury regulation when they were in coalition. Honorable Speaker, the ANC as a party must be reminded that they have lost the overall majority and they only have themselves to blame. They need to eat a very cold, humble pie and accept the position that they are now in. The notion that you will govern until Jesus Christ comes is now a thing of the past. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to also quote the ANC provincial, is it a leader or chairperson, Premier Ntateli Sufi, that have in an interview in the past 2 weeks highlighted that the game of motions of not confidence has no interest to the resident of the city, that political parties where they are unable to find themselves must try to reach consensus and sit down to try to address issues that are concerning political parties. Speaker, all that is left now is to accept that you are now led by the multi-party coalition government, which is working tirelessly to rebuild where you have failed to achieve. You have seen what the multi-party government has done in the past 10 months, and this motion that we are dealing with here today is actually you as a party afraid that the voters will now be able to see the difference that we as a multi-party government is bringing to this country, and they will deal with you Gago in 2024. Honorable Speaker.
Order, councillors, order.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to leave the Honorable Mayor with this message that she is indeed a beacon of hope for this city. Many have shared such messages across, and of course, as they quote, they will go to those that benefit their self-serving interest. However, you have came and you made them very uncomfortable, and with that, we are voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matuan. Councillor Matuan.
Thank you, Speaker. Abantu kuqala abantu. Let me take this council back to some of the reasons why the ANC did not win a majority in the council for the past 2 terms. I think they forget about that. Let me just refresh that amnesia. A stagnant collection rate, 14 days cash on hand, as opposed to the 30 days requirement, a moody downgrade at the end of November 2022, and a reduction of almost 500 million in borrowing as a result of bad debt. In the last 10 years, we have witnessed the construction of a 13 million rand statue, a 50 million rand museum that shows no value to any of the residents. All these projects were manipulated to fill cadres' pockets. There are many projects like this in the pipeline, destined to milk the city for what it's worth, which includes a university, a zoo, a F1 race course, and a botanical garden. The original cost of Oslora's taxi rank was 16 million, and this has since escalated to almost 100 million, and it's still not complete. Blue Gum taxi rank was also estimated at 16 million, and the cost now is close to 100 million, yet it's not complete. Right outside
to the back of me, you will see a billboard about the planned planetarium and the civic precinct introduced 6 years ago, the Summit building, which is close to 6 years behind schedule due to dubious contractor appointments and the relationship with DBSA. The original cost of the renovation of the Summit building was 30 million, and the cost currently stands at 90 million. It is still not complete. Yet former Mayor Mzwandile Masina stated in November 2019 that officials were getting ready to move into the building. Let's not forget about the 2.2 billion rand spent on phase 1 of the BRT project, which is still not fully functional, or the 842 million debt financial deal for the city's BRT bus acquisition. Let's not forget about the Brakpan Bus Company, which we closed today in this council, which have been subjected to the Section 78 review after it was deemed unsustainable due to its state of insolvency. Let me remind you about the 27 million rand tender that was awarded to EnviroMobi back in 2018 on more than 70 tuk-tuks that are dumped at Platkop landfill site. Should I continue with the 21.8 million IT tender fraud case or the potential 320 million fleet car gate tender scandal that has brought the city to its knees, with the existing vehicles being left to decay for over 10 years and no new vehicle being procured because entrepreneurs saw an opportunity to loot. At one point in time, since I'm a member of MPEC committee, we were dealing with matters totaling 2.2 billion, which items date back almost 10 years ago. Corrupt officials saw it fit to resign and since left the metro. They received no disciplinary action, and we cannot recuperate the money from them as yet. Still questioning why the ANC should be allowed to return back to the mayoral seat. Now today we come to this council and cry foul about lack of service delivery, which in fact collapse of service delivery in the city has been years in the making. It's your machine which you've been pushing all along. When I looked across the benches on the other side, I asked myself, Bobani Ababantu, who are these people calling themselves the Moses of our time? What is their ideology? What do they stand for? So I Googled Wikipedia. Wikipedia called them Iskotani, or rather Skotani, which refer to South African showmanship or dance battles in which individuals or groups of individuals compete against each other in front of large crowd to determine which party is wealthier. I call them, I've liberated them, I call them the Moet and the Velvet detachment. When the coalition government under Executive Mayor Tania Campbell took over, she closed the ratepayers' taps to these Kotanes, and their political patronage system was then paralyzed. You see, now they can't push, because there's not lunch on. They are now in limbo without a city pass, but dizzy and ran out of ideas. So hence now they came with these lotto numbers to try and see if they cannot get lucky through emotion and hit the jackpot. You can see how depressed they are. If you saw in the past two councils, you hardly saw the former mayor and the former MMC because they were busy organizing soft landings in the NEC because they have forgotten about the masses of the country. They've forgotten about people in Katlehong. They've forgotten about people in Tembisa. The people of this beautiful city have spoken through the last two local government elections. They don't want the ANC back in Ekurhuleni. And I'm delivering this obituary on their behalf. Please accept that you have lost power. Please accept that you have lost power. Give the coalition government space and support in your wards that you are leading. You have made your submissions through the ITP in May and through the ITP review last month. The ITP, Toulouse, which Executive Mayor Tania will use to bring the change you want to see in your wards. As I close, the DA caucus have full confidence in Executive Mayor Tania Campbell This is our vote of confidence in her capacity and her capabilities in leading the city to greater heights. From the Democratic Alliance Caucus in City of Ekurhuleni, we say this is our vote of confidence in Executive Mayor Tania Campbell. To the political parties sitting across the right on those benches, nibezwe, kodwa ningabalaleli. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. EFF, Councillor Maraba.
Thank you, Speaker. Without a waste of time, I'm just going to say just 3 lines, and I'll leave it to the chairperson of EFF to give a leadership and a direction to this council. But I need to remind everyone that is sitting here to say that, remember, when they say when 2 elephants fights, is the ground that suffers. And I want to appeal to everyone who's sitting here to speak to their consciousness and say this. When you walk and see the collapsed infrastructure outside there, deep in your heart, say, I am responsible. When you see the indigenous people of this continent landless, look at them and say, consciously, I am responsible. Chairperson, please give proper direction and make a reflection to say to the people of the city of Ekurhuleni that we are sitting in this situation because of the decision that was not clear from the voters. And I believe that EFF will properly reflect to say what ought to be happen or ought to be done in the city of Ekurhuleni. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dunga.
Lord Sabonga Speaker, let me also extend my
Order.
welcome to the chair of the ANC for honoring this council sitting after a very long time of non-participation in council because of presumably his bitterness of losing power. The last time the ANC as well was extremely disexcited was when they thought that they would attain the mayorship, chanting and singing. Every time when we discuss and debate matters of importance to society, the mood is always somber from the opposite side. Perhaps the hypocrisy of the ANC can best be elaborated when they were busy chanting, "Woza ANC nizobona mabono," in that they left the EFF alone to halt and stop the DA administration from disposing of land in one of the items that was brought before this council. They have become nothing but sloganeerists who get easily excited by sound and music instead of the political message that the music comes with. We must also acknowledge the media sensationalism and the hype on positions as opposed to the challenges that are faced by society. The EFF Speaker has long engaged on the frustration it has endured with this administration, particularly on the racial profiling of areas in prioritizing service delivery. The act to emergently deal with the Primrose residents and delay the engagement with Tembisa in society is of a leadership that has shown its lack of affection to Black people. The state of the city, its infrastructure, and the financial standing thereof. Although we concede that this is primarily because of the incompetence of the ANC and its previous administration, there has been minimal political will or different ideas, or even new ideas that have been brought to correct this in the past year. The ANC can't even quote any of its current leaders with the speakers who have spoken here as a point of reference, as hence they go back to as far as Morogoro and to the times of Wartambo. May you rest in peace. This is because there is no inspiration. No shiny shirts in Gauteng wearing leaders can inspire them because it's a dead organization that relies purely on state power to exercise patronage and therefore sustain themselves. The DA, unprovoked, even when given the opportunity to lead by the EFF and form a government without any interruption, without the EFF wanting any power, they go on a warpath in the media, referring to the EFF as extortionists and as a racial nationalist party. This is the same DA, which is a direct product of the white supremacist national party of Afrikaner ethnic nationalists of the 1914. Frustrations are both ways, by the way. That we are faced with. Neither the ANC nor the DA have officially engaged the EFF, by the way. So we owe no one any form of loyalty. No one has officially engaged the EFF. Neither the DA in terms of voting for, neither the ANC neither the ANC in voting for, nor the DA voting against. We're not the kitchen boys, the garden girls, by the way, of the DA. Neither are we the proxy of the ANC. The ANC prematurely and out of excitement brought this motion through most probably some Shebeen resolution. They roped in the PA who are self-obsessed. And when we warned the DA of allowing the thugs to be part of their administration, their first point was to tell us that they are willing to lose power. Today, the same PA are here to bite them. No doubt, the ANC has collapsed anything that it touches, even on its own, without a need of any coalition government. Their arrogance and the need for power has nothing to do with effective service delivery. It is about self and gratification. The thought of going through another December without potentially being in government and being governance leaders and not having blue lights is the core essence of what gives them sleepless. The effort remains too little by the current administration. The incomplete projects that they inherited from the ANC and their lack of approach in dealing with those matters. The lack of service delivery, particularly in waste by the current administration. The hostile and violent posture of the EMPD under this administration. The financial state and well-being of this city under this administration. Effects of a political organization in its coalition that was never serious about giving a turnaround strategy, what they attained from the ANC. Most of concerning in this administration that refers to us as extortionists is them not taking serious the motions that have been adopted in this council. These are motions that were drafted through serious engagements with members of society that we have brought here, that you have willy-nilly just isolated and rejected, even when council approved them. The most recent one on the feasibility study on the insourcing of security guards and cleaners was the last throw. Now, society must ensure that in 2024 and 2020, the only alternative that remains that is committed to ensuring that there is political stability and we are willing to give over position, provided that political stability equates to service delivery. Service delivery must be effective to members of the society, particularly those who remain marginalized, which are our people, and they remain black in majority and unemployed. The EFF is the only way, and we're asking for society to disabuse themselves from these arrangements of elephants fighting for one another for nothing but positions, and they do not want to ensure that there is service delivery. The EFF has given you an opportunity to lead, and you have failed. With that being said, we're asking for society to vote for the EFF in 2024-2026.
Order. Colleagues, councillors, order. Reasonable, reasonable, adjust. Teresa. Aye, order. At the gallery, we are not allowed to participate. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's just be disciplined. Thank you. Thanks. Action essay, Councillor Makubo, or I'll start with Councillor Bash.
Thank you, Speaker. So here we go again for yet another frivolous attempt by Amasela National Congress to win by stealth and cunning for a battle they had lost on the ballot box in 2021. What makes a mockery of this are the reasons provided for in this new gimmick. As Paza shop operated by Alderman Masina, with Alderman Dlabati and Mlambo cheering him on. At least for what it's worth, Alderman Kakaza in his faction is caucus, watching disarray on the sidelines as this unfolds. The so-called lack of strategic direction has become the most recent Trojan horse inside which ANC Spartans have hid in their new desperate attempt to undermine the democratic process undertaken by residents in the 2021 local government elections. Speaker, let me remind Council, and specifically the ANC and their partners, of a few things. Because of your lack of strategic direction since the establishment of the city in 2000, you were voted out. Because of mismanagement of city resources, you were voted out. Because of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and allegations of corruption, as per MPEC reports, you were voted out. Because of the disregard of the people of Mayfield, Makaus, Winnie Mandela, Emloteni, and Emapupeni, you were voted out. Because of political misappointments and deployment of HODs and senior staff into strategic positions within the city, you were voted out. The residents of the city of Ekurhuleni took to the polls last year and removed you, Alderman Masina, from office. They used the ballot box to demonstrate their frustrations against the spaza shop you have been running between 2016 and 2021. That is why you are now referred to as the leader of the opposition in this chamber. If the opposition believed in fairness and democracy, they would allow the multi-party coalition to prove to this council and residents of Ekurhuleni what it can do to turn the years of neglect by the ANC, the years of mismanagement, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and underdevelopment and maintenance of critical city infrastructure. With just merely 10 months in government, the ANC expects this government to turn things around from 20 years of madness. What planet does the ANC live in? The fact of the matter is that such patience does not exist within the ANC, and parties poised to support them. In this regard, we can see right through the actions and intentions of the opposition and their facade. Ultimately, the true test of one's commitment to a particular principle is not your willingness to respect insofar as it applies to you or your friends, but rather when dealing with your opponents. So on this basis alone, this motion is clearly spurious, frivolous, a sham, and therefore should not be supported. However, Lenin warns us, and I quote, "People always have been the foolish victims of deception and self-deception in politics," close quote. At best, this motion is merely about political point scoring, but at worst, it is characteristic of the abhorrent guises of good governance and defending the constitution and the rule of law to steal political power in order to defend, protect, and advance an interest at the expense of residences. The council in exactly 11 months ago elected Alderman Tania Campbell to lead the implementation of a program set to bring about a renewed, energized, efficient, and working city. Now, residents of Ekurhuleni would be better served by an opposition that seeks to improve existing initiatives or offer compelling alternatives rather than sitting back free of the responsibility to govern, plotting ways to win news cycles and score political points. At this current rate, you'd even swear that Alderman Tabati is the lead character of the Queen, as he frequently dominates the news cycle. Welele inganekwane. We hear the call of our residents for a good, visionary, uniting, ethical, transparent, and accountable leadership that places the residents of the city ahead of their own. Finally, this government is indeed at work. Action SA will oppose this motion, not because we have said it. We take lightly some of the issues raised by this motion itself, but because we cannot join in Alderman Masina's Paza Shop regime and cheat our residents of an opportunity to work, live, and play in a working, functioning, and prosperous city. We propose that you should do the same, to learn to be an effective opposition by holding the executive to account. The electorate rejected you. Don't be a bitter X. Accept the will of the people. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bush.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right. As we all know, and thank you, Alderman Bach. It's always good to have an intro from a one-person party. I want to look at the content of this motion, and let's take a look at what they put under their beliefs. Starting at point number 5, that the executive may have failed to provide political guidance in the imposition of reasonable tariffs and the blanket withdrawal. Well, that's misleading. But do we expect any more from the ANC? National Treasurer and the AG noted that this instruction was not adhered to by the last administration, and the city has not completely removed these. It is still available to indigents through the indigent policy as stated in law. It also neglects to mention that this coalition government initiated the debt relief program to help people that don't fall into that indigent category. Then we look at point number 6. This statement ignores the multiple reports that ANC members were the ones inciting the violence in Tembisa. So to distill this to just the reason of the mayor not being there is misleading. Point number 7, we have the executive mayor failing to ensure equitable, sustainable service that's evident through service delivery spot checks. Well, where's the data that proves this? What was the criteria of these reports? What was the size, the location of the cohorts used? Services throughout the city have suffered due to economic hardships left by the proposers of this motion. And now they wish to racialize this error so that it seems like they are innocent and they can wash their hands of all that they have done wrong that has put the city in the case that it is in. Point number 8, this ignores the causes of the issues. Load shedding being a primary contributor, which was proudly brought to us by the proposers of this motion. They cannot wait to benefit from the situations they've created. And they brought this to us. They want to show, and we've seen in this council this today alone, the effect of their failed governance through all spheres of government and what that has on the residents of this city. Point number 11, this is misleading. This council sought to rectify the situation, but it was found to be in order for council to do so, where they say that we had now inappropriately appointed people. We brought that item to council. We brought it to the light to say that there was an error between what was advertised and what was in the motion and what was in the item, and it was corrected because that's what clean governance does. It doesn't hide the errors. It brings it out into the light. A lesson perhaps they could learn. Point number 12. Well, point number 12 speaks to point number 13 because point number 13 says that there's no strategic direction. And yet in point number 12, they say, here's the strategic direction. It's a federal approach. So which one is it? There is either strategic direction or there is not. But then again, we are talking about a party that has been contradictory for how many years? We believe in good governance. And yet, how many of our members are now facing corruption charges? Point number 14, an executive that fails to allow influence from ANC-led spheres of government is what that point should actually say. So you're quite right. Where you try and say that there isn't a sort of a sense of cooperation, no, there isn't a sense of cooperation with your governance. We have rejected that as a coalition because we are creative. We are problem solving. Now, I understand that all of this is under the heading of beliefs, but what you believe to be true and what is true is not always the same thing. My daughter believes in the truth theory, but I
1
do not
minute,
base my
councillor.
economic policies
Left
on
with 1
that.
minute.
And since you seek to resolve this motion based on these beliefs, there is no way that we can agree to this. It is patently clear that this is your last ditch attempt at trying to get to resources, because let's not forget, this is a party who took itself to court because it did not believe in its own regional leadership. The same leadership they now wish to impose once again on the residents of Ekurhuleni. And Action SA and the coalition government are not having it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Political parties. When I said that I will give you enough time, I'm not saying that we should talk more than our time is being allocated. I was just saying to say, let's have enough time to debate the issue again. So I don't want to be hard on political parties because this is a matter of very, very sensitive matter. It's a serious issue. It's touched the hearts of community members out there. But let's try not to be big. Let's just talk 5-6 minutes. It's okay. I will allow Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, as the Patriotic Alliance, we are coming to take back the power of the people who voted for us. Our people are saying to us that they want service delivery and they are tired of hearing of political parties blaming each other. Yet when they get into power, they become arrogant, aloof, and out of touch with the realities on the ground. Tembisa should never have happened. If you had kept your promise to the people of Tembisa, we cannot have a mayor who says she cannot meet with community because protocol does not allow it. Protocol did not vote for us. It's the residents of the city. And a mayor that places themselves higher than its voters must never have the privilege of being a mayor. Gelukdal has been protesting and you never set your foot in that community. Yet you could call all MMCs to Germiston, Lapa and Alberton Civic Center because the people of the suburbs wanted answers. What about the townships? Our townships are worse off. The failure to address basic service delivery in our communities has our residents resorting to do the work of government. Yet tariffs have been increased and residents can no longer keep their heads above water. They are paying for services they are not getting. Load shedding did not start on the 2nd of November 2021. So blaming it for having to cut overtime when it's the townships who suffer the brunt of vandalism of electrical infrastructure during load shedding shows how out of touch your government is with the realities in the townships. The austerity measures due to poor planning brought to council today would have had our townships pulling the short end of the stick. But you wouldn't know this because your protocol doesn't allow you to go into the townships. And today, you will learn the hard way that it's not easy to govern. I was convinced that townships were the only ones deliberately neglected when it comes to service deliveries on the issues of potholes, electricity, waste removal, streetlights, etc. But then I noticed the comments from people of different walks of life coming from suburbs, white, black, Indian and colored, who are complaining just as loudly about the complete collapse of service delivery in their areas. This showed us that the mayor lacked strategy to better the lives of residents. You've provided no leadership to give residents service delivery, not even the people in the suburbs. Therefore, the Patriotic Alliance will today vote in support of this motion to remove you as mayor and hereby notify you that you will no longer be the executive mayor with effect of today's date. In the words of your namesake, Tanya mentioned on Facebook yesterday, I hope she is ousted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Linda Mdluli, IFP.
Good afternoon, councillors, visitors, the media, and all protocols observed. We as the IFP feel that we cannot support this motion because the mayor has been just 10 months to 11 months in office, and there is nothing that he could do differently than the ones who were there for the past 25 years. So I thought the the IFP cannot support the motion of voting the mayor against the motion of no confidence, since it has been very much paramount to say we need clean governance. So by clean governance, I mean that maybe, because I'm not sure of what is happening going forward, I'm saying maybe we can have clean governance in the city. And we cannot judge the performance of the mayor based on only 10 months into the office, whereas this is not going to happen overnight. We all have to be very vigilant of things that happen around us as political parties. There is no magic to fix things that have been broken a long time ago. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Christopher Maikiso, AIC.
Thank you, Speaker, and all protocol observed. The warning signs have been there from the communities in the city. The unprecedented service delivery protest that will witnessed in Tembista during the month of June 2022, resulting in the death of 4 people, 2 being civilized under the unguarded hands of the MPT officers. Speaker, the community of Khelegesdal, Kwatema, and other areas have been embarking in disruptive service delivery protest, which is fallen in the deaf ears by the executive mayor. On the contrary, the executive mayor wasted no time in attending to the needs of the predominantly affluent areas, yet the black majority remains ignored. It is for this reason that we have come to the conclusion to save the city from the imminent collapse. As the AIC, we support the motion of no confidence against the sitting executive mayor Alderwoman Tania Campbell. This is indeed a call being made by our community for a government that will demonstrate an urgent need to the service to service their areas. In conclusion, Councillor Matiwana Mhlobam, anbethi wena anbethi icaleni kwakho. Isila senkukhu sibona amagquthayo. 25 years is far less than 45 years.
Thank you very much. Alderman Beck.
Thank you, Speaker.
Akhona ezitop futhi.
Yes. Executive Mayor have allocated seats to MMCs who has no clue or very incompetent running a metro the size of Ekurhuleni. Yet today, one MMC missing. Find one competent person in your own party to fill that MMC post. There was no stability when it came to the appointment of your MMCs. You changed them randomly. Other thing that disappointed me is that you don't know the difference between a ceremonial or an executive mayor. You've cut the capital budget by 3 billion rand, was supposed to benefit the poorest of the poor in this metro. Yet you've got cash flow problems. What is happening to the money? You know, Councillor Rautenbach, I see you've got a passion of looking at things like that. I think you must look, where's this 3 billion rand? Your lack of collecting outstanding debt from the top 1,000 debtors in this metro who owes us more than 1 billion rand is also a failure. I'm not going to list all the other failures. Your lack of signing to get potholes fixed. fix in this metro, yet you advertise you've fixed 65% of the backlog. You have not fixed one pothole in Alberton since you came in power in November. Your administration currently is stealing from businesses. You charge them for litter picking. You have not done litter picking since November, since you came in power. Your lack of signing a memorandum of understanding with the Consumer Council in Ekurhuleni, which would have invested millions, if not billions of rands in our industrial areas, creating jobs, needed jobs. That was not important to you to actually draw up that memorandum, because you've got a job driving with blue lights. I'm glad you were given a time to run this metro, because you have failed. When you sit in the opposition benches next time, think how you failed before you speak. As you said, you were an accidental mayor. It was a huge accident. In 11 months, you had no courtesy to actually show your face in my standing committee. You've traveled twice overseas. I'm still waiting for those reports where you need to report back on overseas travels. Another thing that's very disappointing is that you're not very honest. You know, you received awards because of the previous administration. You did not give them recognition for those awards. You said it was your awards. I've got all the paper clips where you say this is the DA and the coalition partners' achievements. Big lies. There's no reports on the overseas. I'm very, very disappointed. I'm not here to support ANC or to support a different party or something like that. But you have failed this metro. I tell you, I want to read to you a message that I received yesterday in power. Please remove Mayor Tania Campbell and take her 4 DA councillors with her in Alberton. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe Mujapi, AIC.
ICM. Super 7.
ICM.
No, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, listening to the cited achievements that we just had earlier on, one can only conclude that your standards are very low. That is tantamount to a 35% pass rate, and you need to up your game. Despite numerous warnings to the multi-party government, Speaker, it continued with arrogance and disregard to impose increased tariffs beyond the CPI rate. In spite of the prevailing economic challenges caused by COVID-19, lack of employment, and poverty that it suffered by many of our people, we want the executive mayor as the ICM in this same council chamber to deal with the situation of the Tembisa residents with great circumspect. And yet again, Speaker, we were ignored, maybe because we are just a one-member party. But we raised the issues and the mayor ignored us. 2 days before that incident, I spoke in this chamber and I said it would be interesting to see how the executive mayor responds to the concerns of the people of Tembisa. We were ignored and people lost their lives. We have also cautioned executive mayor of our concerns in relation to the financial instability of the city. It is safe to say that indeed the city is in a state of financial crisis and in a brink of collapse. The ship is not sinking, it's already under. And it's going to need the type of leadership, the type of skills and expertise that is not inherent in the current DA-led government, unfortunately. The financial management of the financial mismanagement of the city has propelled the possibility of a municipality that will soon be unable to honor its monthly financial commitments to the service providers, forcing many, especially the smaller companies, out of business. The scary part is that the city, much like what has happened in the city of Suwan, runs the risk of not being able to pay the salaries of its employees in a very near future. Woman Tania Campbell and your collective, you have consistently proven how incompetent you are. And as the ICM, we support the motion that you be removed. And we are doing this not to punish you, but we see it as an act of mercy and kindness. We are actually helping you. And we would strongly suggest that you do likewise and save yourselves. Support this motion. And let the people, allow council to put together a collective of progressive forces that will save the city. We need to put our strong foot forward. And unfortunately, you are way out of your depth to do that. We've raised these things, Speaker, and I think a lot has been said, about the opportunity that was given to the DA and the DA-led coalition to run the city. And they have failed, and failed us dismally. And I think it's a noble thing, ma'am, that we allow, the type of leadership that will save us to take a step forward. I submit. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. NFP.
Ngithi angibonga somlomo ngibingele kubonke abaholi entambameni namhlanje. I-NFP yokaMagwaza Msibi umphefumulo wakhe ngathi ungalala ngokuthula. Yasifundisa nje ukuthi ubuholi makube ubuholi obuseduze kwabantu. Because uma kuwukuthi umuntu osevisa abantu awukwazi ukubasevisa usekudeni kodwa okuletha kubantu baletha ngokuthi usondele kubantu. Asikubonanga ebuholini obukhona njengamanje kwaze kwadingeka ukuthi abantu balwe abanye baze bafe ukuze ubuholi bukwazi ukusondela la kukhona khona abantu kodwa akuyibona abathi ibona ababasevisayo. Saphinde safundisa ukuthi okubaluleke kakhulu kubantu abazithunywa ukubeka eqhulwini, prioritization in English, yokuhanjiswa kwezidingo kubantu ngoba umsebenzi wamakhansela ukuseva nje abantu ngokuhambisa lokho kuzidingo kubantu. Yikho lokho esingakuboni njengoba namhlanje sikhuluma ngale item nje sikhuluma ngayo. Bengayimiseleke somlomo ukukhuluma kakhulu bengizothi nje ngoba kukhona usisi we-DA lapha umhlonishwa ukhansela we-DA okhulumile wesifazane igama lakhe lengiphunyukile wakhuluma igama elisensitive elikhuluma ngomuntu wesifazane. Manje ngizwa indlu ishaya kakhulu kanti kuzwela kumuntu wesifazane manje inhliziyo yami iyathinteka. Angithandi ngabantu besifazane. Kodwa-ke ngithintwe yinto ekhulunywe umhlonishwa ukhansela le-Action SA uMali Vuma ukuthi livumelana impela nezinto eziningi ezibekiwe kule motion of no confidence. Kodwa ngenxa ye-stance elisithathile sokuthi nje liqoke nje ukuthi lizonda inhlangano ye-ANC ngokuthi lezi zinto ziphakanyiswe inhlangano ye-ANC liqoke ukungavumelani nazo ngenxa nje ye-stance senzondo. Ngaphazamiseka ukuthi kusho ukuthi ke manje kuyomele ngikhulume ngelikhuze ikhansela cha. Uma sesilapha abahlonishwa asibhekelele imiphakathi esiphumile because njengoba seshilo umhlonishwa uMjapelo akusikho ukuthi njengoba sikhuluma nje sithi mhlambe umhlonishwa umeya nahola naba kaphunyuzwe ngoba lokho kuqhamuka enzondweni akusiyo inzondo kodwa iqiniso lokuthi ubukhona bethu njengenhlangano kulomkhandlu ukubhekelela ukuthi inqumo ezithathwa umkhandlu ngempela zizoba nomphumelela othuthukisa iy'mpilo zabantu. So uma sikubona ukuthi akwenzeki lokho, akumelanga size senze isikhathi sihambe kakhulu. Ngiyezwa omunye umhlonishwa kwakhuluma lapha uthi u-10 months nje usemncane, kodwa kukhona othe u-10 months sekwenzeka into ey'nkulu. Uyabona into iyashayisana into yabantu abaseloneni abakwi-coalition eyodwa. Ngithi-ke mhlonishwa, kumele kuwumsebenzi wethu njengabaholi, ikakhulukazi bey'nhlangano ezimnyama, ukukhuculula iy'mpande ezatshalwa ubandlululo kithi zokuthi besehlukanise bese beyasibusa. Ngisabuyela kuleya nkulumo yokuthi awukwazi ngempela ukuthi ume nje uze ube nepolicy yenzondo ukuthi ngimela ngemkhona njengoba ngizonda nje inhlangano ethile. Uqoka ukulala embhedeni banabantu noma ukhala nangabo ukuthi ba-arrogant kodwa ulokhu ubalandele njalo noma ngasena sikhathi. Sengiphetha-ke mhlonishwa, sengiphetha mhlonishwa somlomo. Akusasiza ukukhuluma somlomo, sikhulumile ithuba ulitholile umhlonishwa. Asimphumuze nje ngokukhulu ukuyithoba nokuhlonipha isithunzi sakhe. Ngamanye amagama thina njenge-NFP siyakweseka ukuthi abahlonishwa benikwe ithuba beshenxele eceleni bese simema zonke iy'nhlangano ey'fisa ukubona kuphuculwa iy'mpilo zabantu ngempela la Ekurhuleni, ukuthi hhayi itafula bahlonishwa ladalele ukuthi asihlaleni sixoxe size ney'xazululo zangempela ezokwenza ukuthi leli dolobha ukuya phambili libe yidolobha esifisa ukulibona ubungcono lobe sikhuluma ngaso. Ngiyathokoza kakhulu Nkokhelo.
Thank you very much. ACDP.
Good afternoon, City of Ekurhuleni. Mr. Speaker, Chief Whip, Executive Mayor, City Manager, officials, Section 79 chairpersons, and fellow beautiful and handsome councillors. Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Mr. Speaker, ICDP would like to say to the coalition government, as an 11-year-old boy, I wanted to quote Proverbs chapter 1, verse 8, that says, "My son, listen to the teachings of your father, and do not reject the teachings of your father." What do I mean by this? I mean, if you have been corrected, do not be angry. Do not respond by howling. Take it. Make it a stepping stone to moving forward and building up. Mr. Speaker, ACDP fails to support the motion because we believe this motion is premature. Naturally, if a child is 11-year-old, he needs support and guidance from the family members who happen in this case to be members of this council. If a child falls, do you finish him off or do you encourage him to stand and to move forward? Mr. Speaker, I appeal to this House to help build the city of Ekurhuleni by putting first the community of Ekurhuleni in terms of service delivery. How do you expect an 11-year-old to correct and to outwork the mass cost over a period of 25 years? Because this collision, what it has inherited, Mr. Speaker, has inherited potholes, a backlog of unpaid contractors, dilapidating infrastructure, and of course, load shedding. Let me remind this House that Rome was not built in one day. Let us not build based on hatred and bitterness and anger. Let us build on love, peace, and kindness and forgiveness for us to move forward. Any driver knows if you want to move forward, you cannot be focusing for 1 minute on the rear view. You will cause fatality. If this council fails It means all of us as councillors were failed because we are an extension to our communities. So I'm asking, let's build, let's join hands together. I'm reminded of a gentleman, Cristofori Bartolomeo, who invented the piano. He was prophetic because if you look at the pianos, buttons, white and blacks, no single button can make a good melody. You need both those buttons to make a good melody. What I mean is we need one another to build the city of Ekurhuleni. Mr. Speaker, for those reasons, ACDP will not support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ATM.
Ke leboge speaker ke thome ka o dumedisha baetapele ba di-political parties tse ba le mo ke dumedishe bashume ka nna ke dumedishe officials that are here and the most important thing ke dumedishe ma super 7 speaker sepedi sa gešo se re dinaka tša go rwešwa ga di kgomare le hlogo. Many of our townships are neglected in the provision of service delivery. This includes and not limited to the lack of waste collection in townships, interrupted provision of electricity, water outages, traffic lights not being fixed, potholes which have become a norm throughout the city. My favorite speaker, this executive has failed to prioritize construction and upgrading new roads to be built. With the rainy season upon us, the storm water infrastructure across the city remains unsafe, resulting in continued access, flooding, damaging the infrastructure. As the ATM Honorable Speaker, we have warned the executive that there must be the ground forces. And if there are not ground forces, this municipality will be in trouble. I mean, Speaker, that this municipality, we are in trouble. They must learn a lot from MMC Zita because of she's a ground force. I'm even surprised that MMC Museki Opalaleke MMC Zita. So, Honorable Mayor, you have failed to lead this city to the promised land. And as ATM, there is no way that we can support this motion of no confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PAC. PAC.
Thank you, Speaker. All protocol observed. As the PAC of Tanzania, we want to express our view on the table of motion against the Executive Mayor, Alderwoman Tania Campbell, with the Super 7 caucus. Executive Mayor, we have previously raised concern about the instability in the institution since the facade of your DA-led multi-party coalition takeover of government. Post a series of resignation over the couple of months, inclusive of the former MMC of Finance, the leader of the executive businesses, and the chief of staff in the office of the executive mayor. The constant and concerning reshuffling of members of the executive and mayoral committee, and the fact that Department of Infrastructure have been without the MMC over the 3 months, to put the name but a few. This demonstrates a glaring example of cardinal catastrophe that is a potential great municipality that has fortunately been subjected. Mr. Speaker, in this letter to the executive mayor and the public, the former MMC of Finance cited his disappointment and how the outgoing executive mayor and the administration has unshamedly ignored the needs of the community, post the public participation IDP processes, the needs of all our people have always come first. It is that as the PAC, we support the motion of no confidence against the sitting mayor, and we are ready to elect a new mayor who prioritize the needs of the people. In exclusive, in the words of the greatest man of all time, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, Africa for Africans, Africa for humanity, humanity for God. Umhlaba nomnotho wabantu wabuyele ebantwini.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mluleki Franz, UDM.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered by some of the speakers in this chamber. The executive collective has had almost a year to get things right. But today we are here. We are here to finally take a stand on the failures. And as the UDM, we support this motion of no confidence. And let's bring stability and infrastructure development in this municipality. Executive Mayor, mna as UDM ndathanda xa ukhethwa as umayor. Kodwa ndizobhideka xa ukhetha i-mayoral committee. Ndaqala ndangasiqondi ngokuba kubheka ngaphi, because ngelaa xesha ndandithanda ndandisithi uzawushukumisa la madoda kuba zikhona izinto endiwabonayo bazilibele. Ndibhideke ke xa ukhetha i-mayoral committee, wathatha ezibotshwe emva wazibopha phambili. Wathatha ezaphambili wazibopha emva. Kungoku. Uyakhipha uyafaka, uyakhipha uyafaka. Asiyazi uba kwenzeka ntoni. Endaweni into yoba ngelaa xesha bekukhethwa wena, ndisithi mna as UDM sithanda, besixelela into yoba uzawujonga abantu abane-experience apha kumasipala. Kukho ooCouncillor Bell ekudala belapha abane-experience, kukho ooCouncillor Mjapile nangapha ooCouncillor Ndabathi nabanye ngapha kwi-EFF. Awuyenzanga loo nto. Instead ulungisa le yakho ilungisayo, usibhide xa kufika apho. Enkosi Speaker.
Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Mfuke.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when I joined this council about 4 months ago, I tried everything that I could to meet with the Honorable Mayor. It took me 2 months going to her office and trying to get an appointment with her. That was a clear indication that if it can take 2 months for me to meet a leader.
Großer Vorfreude, auch natürlich mit großem Selbstvertrauen wegen den letzten Spielen.
Before they meet with her. Now, that to me spoke about issues of accessibility. That if you are a leader and you are not accessible, you are as good as nothing. And except that, Speaker, you know, the critical question facing the residents of Ekurhuleni is that of hope and change for all. At least if you can't give people something or people what they want, or if you can't give them material things, give them hope. Hope is not gonna cost you anything. It will cost you to go and meet with the people and talk with them, which is something that I see very rarely in this area. And I believe that that by itself is putting a lot of discouragement to the people. How do I know that? It's because I spent all my life in a township facing hopeless people, facing people who need to be held by their hands and be given direction. And that is not happening from the leadership of the Honorable Tania Campbell. And I also want to say, Speaker, it is about, again, the whole issue is that the issue of inclusivity and diversity in development is very important. And this is what we have to work on, but this is what we are not seeing in the leadership of Ma'am Campbell. I also want to go further to say the service delivery, economic growth, and development are lacking in the city. And you will agree with me, Speaker, that these are the three pillars that every community and every city that is serious about servicing their people will have to look at. We didn't see that in the leadership of our Honorable Mayor. But you know, what really puzzled me, Speaker, is that some parties have already spoken about how it took the mayor more than 4 months to appoint a member of the mayoral committee. I was actually assigned by my party to come here to do the same duty. But unfortunately, that fell on a deaf ear, and I was warned that this was not going to happen by many who are my colleagues here, and truly it didn't happen. Now, what kind of leadership is that if people cannot honor a pure agreement that is signed by all the parties, by leaders of the parties, and you take that and ignore it? That to me is lack of leadership, and it's something that must be condemned. And I'm not saying this out of bitterness, out of anything, but I'm making a point. I'm making a point that that everybody should understand. And it was very interesting, Speaker, to hear from the media that we are actually expelled from the coalition. After we have sent several correspondences, we never had a letter from this office that is telling us any other thing, but we were expelled. We are taking that with good faith, and I want to say, and in conclusion, that has limited our options to offer a choice for a mayor, and we'll have to vote again. We will have to vote for the motion that is on table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, leaving the best for last. All protocol observed. Mr. Speaker, as the Freedom Front Plus, we would just like to point out the absolute ridiculousness of this ill-conceived motion brought by the ANC caucus. Reading through the motion, it is clearly a personal attack on the Mayor, Tania Campbell, as a person, and not her ability or in her capacity as a mayor of this metro. The ANC is grabbing at any possible straws to get their hands back on the finances of the metro. All the impact items is a perfect example illustrating billions in fruitless and wasteful expenditure under their administration, of why this motion by the ANC should in no right mind be supported. Service delivery by the coalition partners in this metro has been the main priority and focus and is rolled out to all communities. No one community is receiving special treatment or advantage above another, and we perceive these allegations as a desperate political ploy by the ANC to regain some of the support they have clearly lost in trying to manipulate the residents by painting this deceiving picture. In Afrikaans, there is a very nice saying which describes this motion perfectly, and that is, benoude katte maak benoude spronge. It comes as no surprise that we will not support this motion. The coalition still has lots more work to do to fix what has long been broken. Responsible coalitions like the current one governing the city of Ekurhuleni, one of which the FF Plus is a dedicated partner, is the only way forward to slowly but surely build back up what has been carelessly demolished by the ANC government. We have full confidence in our capability to deliver to the residents, and therefore we also have full confidence in the executive mayor. The Freedom Front Plus will not support this ridiculous motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Last speaker, it's Alta Dibie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this frivolous motion brought by the ANC B team is just a cheap shot at grabbing power and the keys to the bank accounts. Reading the believing part of the motion, it is clearly that the sponsors of this motion don't understand the indigenous policy in terms of free basic services as guided by COCTA. Also, they should listen to their own leader and stop spending so much time on hearsay and social media. By the way, decentralization can improve service delivery and support development if implemented correctly. On point 13, well, 24 years of no strategic direction is the reason why our infrastructure is collapsing, no money in the bank, and our people are still staying in squalor. 24 years of neglect by the same officials appointed by the ANC administration. The issues mentioned earlier by the ANC is nothing new, as the executive mayor found those problems and issues here, like power failures, no waste collection, potholes, and the neglect in our townships. Years of not attending to our people living in townships and informal settlements, living without water, electricity, sewage, and waste collection. Now the ANC caucus wants to blame the executive mayor of just 11 months for 24 years of mismanagement by the ANC themselves. Speaker, let me highlight more of the achievements that the executive mayor and the coalition has managed to achieve in the last 11 months. Our credit rating upgrade to BBB and A3, placing Ekurhuleni on a stable rating. Launching of the Ekurhuleni Public Employment Project, and 1,100 candidates have already signed employment agreements. The energy wheeling agreement signed that will see an investment of 6.5 billion and the creation of 2,500 direct jobs. Those are achievements. From an energy point of view, 13,550 illegal connections removed and 974 tempered and bypass meters cut Work has commenced on the replacement of the 132 kVA oil-filled cables in Kempton Park to replace the original cable installed in the 1970s. This was promised by the previous administration, and nothing happened during their reign as leadership of this council. Security measures strengthened around our power supply infrastructure amidst the theft and vandalism. There's a huge investment in going into that. 131,367 households electrified and 19 high mosques lights and 148 street lights connected. Those are achievements. In terms of community safety, 2,313 arrests have been made by the MPD over the past 3 months. A multidisciplinary initiative was launched to address the hijacked buildings and the illegal connections. That is a fantastic achievement. In terms of city planning, a VIP desk has been established to cut the red tape and to prioritize developers to fast-track investments into our city. Building plan applications have been shortened from a targeted 60 days to 28 days. This will see proper investment back into our city. Township regularization has been expedited. 3 townships were identified and submitted for registration at the deeds office. Upon finalization, it has the potential of producing 5,570 title deeds. Wow, in 11 months. Well done, Executive Mayor. Then, for the first time ever, we've seen a 2% discount offered to our ratepayers who pay their accounts and keep them up to date for 12 consecutive months. The implementation of the debt rehabilitation program, which will write off 50% of debt for more than 1 year on the date of application of approval. That is progressive, assisting our residents in need. And then just last month in council, we approved the extension of the incentive base of the debt rehabilitation program to also include the tenants in the council-owned rental stock. And so the list goes on and on and on. Speaker, we have been in the street this last week, listening to our residents. And Speaker, we have hundreds of officials and residents from all the wards, including Tembisa, supporting our executive mayor and begging us to keep the ANC to keep the ANC away from our bank accounts. Speaker, I would like to ask every councillor here today that are truly caring for our residents and our city to vote against this pathetic motion of confidence and not to hand the city back to the hungry wolves. The hungry wolves must first go and do accounting 101 to understand that you can only spend money that is in the bank rather than dreaming up a so-called magic wand that will fix all the ailing infrastructure and service delivery issues in just 11 months. Don't judge our mayor on 11 months. Give her 5 years for her to show what she is capable of. It also remind council that this ANC and also the so-called Super 7, by the way, Councillor Joe, 34% passing rate is an improvement on the 0% passing rate from the previous administration. This same ANC is responsible for many projects not being completed or completed with inferior workmanship, and contractors paid millions.
1 minute, Councillor.
For money for the city. and our taxpayers. And then there was the property valuation debacle. That was an embarrassment to our city. And then lastly, the ANC responsible for the city losses, loss of revenue because of load shedding, collapsing of the economy, businesses that have had to close their doors because of load shedding, the 43% unemployment, and the collapse of the country's SOEs. Let's unite and vote against this level of incompetency. Let's keep our city stable and allow our executive mayor and a competent executive remain focused on a back to basic initiative in terms of service delivery and good governance to turn our city into a world-class city. It ought to be. Hands off our mayor. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. For coming. Colleagues, now we're going to move to stage round 2, which we're gonna deal with the motion. Those who are against the motion, they'll raise their hands according to the blocks. We'll start with block. What's block this? This one. We're going to start with the block A, and we move to block B. We move to block C. But before we do that, we're going to call the names, the attendance register. So when we close the door, we're going to start doing the voting, but the names will be called accordingly. Thank you very much. Acting Secretary, you can start calling the names. Or the bell, okay. Okay, thank you very much. You can call the names.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I'll be calling the names of the councillors to establish whether present or absent, so that we establish quorum and know how many councillors are here. So when I call the name, if you are present, you say present. Those who are absent, the whips must tell us whether they are absent or not. Let me start. Councillor Dlamini R. Councillor Campbell TL, Executive Mayor. Councillor Shandu VK, Whip of Council.
Present.
Councillor Duplessis, MMC.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Hart HD, MMC. Councillor Museki L, MMC.
Then
Councillor Ngobese A, MMC.
Present, teacher.
Councillor Nkosi FF, MMC.
Honor.
Councillor Pretorius B, MMC.
President Border.
Councillor Sibeko OS, MMC.
Present.
Councillor Tamahani M, MMC.
Present.
Councillor Zita LC, MMC. Present. Councillor 2CB, Chair of Chairs. Present. Councillor Berg ID, Chairperson. Present. Councillor Labati JH, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Dunga N, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Henning PJ, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Holo MK, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Masuku S, Chairperson.
Corner.
Councillor Mati DP, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Mlambo MD, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Moloko JD, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Kodongwane S, Chairperson.
Got one. Present.
Got one. Thank you. Councillor Nshapu Koto J, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Nkosi BN, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Nkunjana P, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Ntombela SI, Chairperson.
Yebo ngikhona nobhalo bambili.
Councillor Rachidi PL, Chairperson.
I'm here, I'm present.
Councillor Sinona MJ, Chairperson.
Present.
Councillor Kakaza ND, Chairperson. Councillor Bash
MJ.
That's right, sir. Present.
Councillor Kasim M.
Present.
Councillor Dilange Williams.
Present.
Councillor Dolo MP.
Your Honor.
Councillor Harris A.
Present.
Councillor Class GSN.
Present.
Councillor Makubu SE.
Present.
Councillor Matibani TM.
Present.
Councillor Machete NE.
Present.
Councillor Mukwena MJ.
Corner.
Councillor Murupa EM.
Kiteng.
Councillor Poshoko KR.
Kiteng.
Councillor Pilani SB.
Kiteng.
Councillor Beitendach HC. Gestelwoordig. Gestelwoordig. Councillor Bulala SJ. Councillor Daimani PA.
Tikone.
Councillor Dlamini SP.
Present.
Councillor Dube M.
Ngkhona.
Councillor Ndunjana TX.
Present.
Councillor Foto M.
Present.
Councillor Goje TM.
Ngkhona.
Councillor Hlongwane S.
Khona.
Councillor Hlophe SB.
Present.
Councillor Gianni TA.
Present.
Councillor Khafela MF.
Kiteng.
Councillor Khota BM.
Present.
Councillor Kumalo SM.
Present.
Councillor Kiani NC.
Present.
Councillor Litsuela T.
In.
Councillor Luna IA.
Present.
Councillor Lubisi TC.
Khona.
Councillor Mabi Z.
Present.
Councillor Maibie MS.
Ke Mavi. Ke gona.
Councillor Machete KY.
Present.
Councillor Madi LN.
Present.
Councillor Madishaba MS.
Sabusha moya.
Councillor Madlala KP.
Khona.
Councillor Malinga N.
Present.
Councillor Mashala SR. Councillor Mashiani TSG.
Present.
Councillor Masina MC.
Present.
Councillor Matole T.
In order.
Councillor Mbatani D.
Present and ready.
Councillor Mbegi VW.
Present.
Councillor Mbonani NR.
Present.
Councillor Mihwe NN.
Present.
Councillor Mketsu M.
Present.
Councillor Mguni AL.
Present.
Councillor Mguni NA.
Present.
Councillor Munisi SL.
Present.
Councillor Muimana JL. Thank you. Councillor Muloi FM. Councillor Mutaung TP.
Present.
Councillor Mutlong TP.
Present.
Councillor Mutsupi TA.
Present.
Councillor Mpambani N.
Present.
Councillor Msimango KP.
Present.
Councillor Mutembu JI. Councillor Mtiani PE.
Present.
Councillor Mutau MM.
Present.
Councillor Ndinisa GM.
Present.
Councillor Ndlovu SR.
Present.
Councillor Ngobese SS.
Present. Present.
Councillor Chwaingi BP. Chwa.
Mwani. Ngikhona.
Okay. Councillor Ngubani SC. Councillor Ngwenya MR.
Ngekhathi baba.
Okay. Councillor Ngwenya V.
Present.
Councillor Ntleko SE.
Present.
Councillor Nkosi RT.
Dimlo.
Councillor Nkosi Ramutibe SC.
Present.
Councillor Njingila NL.
Present.
Councillor Pitlele MP. Pitlele P.
Present.
Councillor Poki TL.
Present.
Councillor PK Pike S.
Present.
Councillor Pudi T.
Present.
Councillor Utana TK.
Present.
Councillor Kwema PP.
Present.
Councillor Khadebe FM.
Present.
Councillor Khadebe MG.
Present.
Councillor Ramafikeng FL. Councillor Ranyawo KD.
Present.
Councillor Silwana HN.
Genau, Khoshiak.
Councillor Shongwe NB.
Present.
Councillor Sibiya MS.
Present.
Councillor Sidu N. Councillor Simelani DT. Councillor Twabala LO. Can we confirm Councillor Twabala LO? Thank you. Councillor Tobejani PAM. Councillor Tupa TX. Councillor Tleani PA. Councillor Chabalala NL. Councillor Zigote LS. Councillor Behari L.
Present.
Councillor Bokopane HB.
Present.
Councillor Chamani XE.
Present.
Councillor Da Silva MD.
Yeah.
Councillor Da Silva NB.
Present.
Councillor Davison A.
Present.
Councillor DPA AR.
Teenwoordig, dankie.
Councillor DeForce MN.
Present.
Councillor Denny TM.
President Mfundisi.
Councillor Dinake ML.
Present.
Councillor Dutoit MD.
Present.
Councillor Geshbash GAK.
Present.
Councillor Gobi ME.
Present.
Councillor Guerrero KR.
Present.
Councillor Woods AR.
Present.
Councillor Humphreys JA.
Present.
Councillor Ingram MJ.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Jacobs PM.
Present.
Councillor Joseph LJ.
Present.
Councillor Koch CP.
Present.
Councillor Kotse T.
Present.
Councillor Labuskhane W.
Present.
Councillor Lapping SJ.
Present.
Councillor Lotret JC.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Lorenko T.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Lukele VK.
Present.
Councillor Maduana SG.
Present, advocate.
Councillor Mahonko KR.
Present.
Councillor Mahonko KR.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Maifala MT.
Dion.
Councillor Makhaila RM.
Chat.
Councillor Makhaila RM.
Mushat.
Councillor Marius C.
Present.
Councillor Masenya ET.
Present.
Councillor Matebula NP.
Present.
Councillor Matiwane SR.
So.
Councillor Mackenzie DA.
Present.
Councillor Mhlaba SD.
Present.
Councillor Mohau MC.
Present.
Councillor Mulebati ST.
Present.
Councillor Morgan WB.
Present.
Councillor Mtetwa JJ.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Mtetwa JJ.
Present.
Councillor Mula ME.
Present.
Councillor Naidu, I.
Present.
Councillor Nay, S.
Present.
Councillor Nene, SN.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Nkosi, BD.
Present.
Councillor Rasilingwani, ZK.
Yone.
Councillor Rangel, WGR.
Inverter.
Councillor Sabi, SE.
Corner.
Councillor Senol, I.
Present.
Councillor Stone, DD.
Present.
Councillor Terra Blanche, HJ.
Present.
Councillor Tekiso, LS. Councillor Thompson, DE.
Present.
Councillor Uckerman, S.
Yebo.
Councillor Fester, AE.
Inverter.
Councillor Chilwani, PI.
Nikona nifamba loko yi chaya.
Councillor Fakudi, NS.
Nkona.
Councillor Kumalo, HJ.
Nkona.
Councillor Kumalo, LM.
Ngona.
Councillor Mabaso, ALN.
Ke gona.
Councillor Maraba, JM.
Present.
Councillor Mashiani, DG.
Present.
Councillor Mashiano, TK.
Present.
Councillor Mashola, MP.
Present.
Councillor Matloga, E.
Kasibili.
Councillor Mdluli, MJ.
The Kremlin is here and present. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mujata, UK.
Present.
Councillor Mukwena, MR.
Gauteng.
Councillor Mulaba, NN.
Present.
Councillor Musena, MF.
Present.
Councillor Mpete, JMM.
Present.
Councillor Nkosi, CB.
Present.
Councillor Ntleng, NI.
Ifanura.
Councillor Papiani, Z.
Ndikona.
Councillor Religiana, S. Religiana, S.
Yes. The con.
Councillor Silepe, MW.
Present.
Councillor Kosana, L.
Present.
Councillor Daliwe, GC.
Ndikona.
Councillor Chivenga, NA.
Yone.
Councillor Watkins, SA.
Present.
Councillor Mukwena, TA.
Tango Kiteng.
Councillor Yates, LM.
Present.
Councillor Mayekiso, CM.
Dinlo.
Councillor Tokiana, B. Councillor Mufukeng, T. Councillor Mujapelo, LJ.
Present.
Councillor Mtunu, PD.
Present.
Councillor Mdluli, LV.
Kona.
Councillor Khabanyane, ST.
Dione.
Councillor Chair, CA. Salute. Councillor Klassen KE.
Present.
Councillor Peterson D.
Present.
Councillor Zwane SR.
Present.
Councillor France MS.
Yes.
Councillor Clover JA. Councillor Hest ML. Councillor Hest RD.
Harps, ek sien so, dankie.
Councillor Van Rensburg D.
Present.
Councillor Creek J. Councillor Creek MH. Councillor Rottenbach Casey. Councillor Van Zyl AP. Yeah. It looks like all councillors are here. Can you check who's councillor whose name is? Yeah, it's everyone.
Yeah, I think you managed to call everyone.
Yeah, correct.
So all the councillors is how many? 210. All the councillors are here in council. Yeah, we have a quorum. So what we're going to do is that councillors, those who are in favor of motion, you're going to raise your hands, then we're going to count you one by one. So those are in favor of motion can start now. Raise your hands. Thank you. Let's just do all of them. Order, colleagues, order. Order. Allow you. Order, councillors. It's allowed to do so in terms of the Structures Act. It does. Thank you. No, I'm sitting with legal here. Thank you very much. We can move to the second round. Those who are against the motion, raise up your hands against the motion. Yes, then the back side. Sangisho ukuthi ANC nama-small. Order up there, order. Can we sit down? Order. Let's allow only the media to stand. All the members of the community sit down. Thank you. Let's just allow the media only. Thanks. Thank you very much. Those who are abstaining, can you raise your hands if you're abstaining?
When does abstaining require our hands to be raised? We do not have to raise our hands for that.
Don't start with us, please.
Order, councillors, order.
That speaker.
Order. Order.
Don't do that.
Order, councillors. Order. Can you switch off your mic, whip of EFF? By 31. Can you switch off your mic, whip of EFF? Yes, Councillor Dung. Yes.
In here before, we've always stated that this thing of people mushrooming into positions and not truly understanding even the position that they hold or how processes ought to unfold is an abuse on the rest of us. There's no such thing as a raising of hands for abstinence. What if the entire house raises their hands and then what? So that has never been done. All you have to do is that you must just count, because Snow White, we are not talking to you. Wait. Now, what ought to happen here? What ought to happen here is for you to give us the results. You must give us the results. It's by a show of hands. You must give us the results. That's it.
Thank you very much. The results as follow. For no, it's 93. For yes, it's 100. Thank you very much. Order.
Comrades, Australian pants, no singing.
Order. Thank you very much, councillors. What is going to happen is that in terms of the motion, we'll go the process of soon reconvening the special council meeting to elect the new executive mayor. Thank you very much. We can move.
Petitions.
Thank you very much. Petition will be done administratively,
Announcement.
which is none. Oh, announcement. Apologies. Announcement. Tomorrow we're having the event at OR Tambo. Order, councillors. Order. All councillors will meet at OR Tambo at Whiteville. Thank you very much. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Hi guys, is the meeting over?
Yes, it's done.
And what is the verdict? Is the mayor still in or out?
She's out. She's gone.
You're kidding me, really?
Yep.
Sure. And no, thank you for that information. Yeah, we're rough.
Welcome. I go tough.
I go be shame.
Go be. I think 100, 9300.
Who's that? EFF did vote?
Abstained.
They abstained.
Yeah.
By next year, because emotion of no confidence.
Siyabuya.
Yeah, no, I sizabona khona.
All right. Bye bye.